This feels like Crescent City on, like, mushrooms. It's
Right?
Quack.
Welcome to the Little Duck Book Club with Duck Number 1,
Ren, and Duck Nr.2.
Anna, and what you call the event of the year in January has arrived. We are looking at Crowntide by Alex Astor, which is the 4th book in the Lightlark series by Miss Astor. Long has she may reigned, and she will reign for one more book, then we're finally fucking done. Then my watch is over. And as always, I've prepared some slides that will go through the story of the book. As always, I have kept Duck Number 1 in the dark on what happens in the book. There's some little spoilers here and there, but overall, not that much, right?
Not vague spoilers that tell me nothing and just confuse me. So
vague little spoilers.
I know nothing of substance.
Me going, hey, did you know that one of them is a whimperer? And you going, huh? Stuff like that. I want to point out, so I have some quotes here. I have some quotes in the slides. If I went, like, scene by scene, this would be insanely long. I think we're at 130 slides, with some of them including animations and some of them just being, like, single frames. So this is gonna take a while. If I include everything, and there's a lot of fucking repetition in this book, let me tell you, we would be here forever. So I'm not... This is my disclaimer, okay? If you've read this book and you liked it and you think I'm missing a scene in here... Good riddance, yes I am. I'm missing a lot of scenes in here.
Damn.
I included the things that I thought would be most important to understand the plot, whatever the fuck is going on. So
I love how pissed you already sound at this point.
No, it's just when I was sitting down and like taking all of my notes, I thought, how am I going to ever like turn this into slides, right?
Yeah.
I felt like it was a bit easier with Sky Shade, actually. And then, while I was, out and about thinking about this again, I thought, actually, if you, like, try to break it down, nothing much happens. It's like, how are we gonna do this? So I tried to find a middle ground that hopefully satisfies everyone. And I'd say, let's go and look at Crowntide. I changed software for this one, guys, okay? So this time we have new animations. At some point, I was going wild, and I was like, Anna, stop. Like, this is getting
I'm
out of
already
hand.
seeing that little, like, infinity symbol as, like,
Yes.
the point on the eye. I'm like, does this mean anything, or is it just vibes? My theory brain is active.
So, Alex Astor actually asked this on, I think, a Q&A on Instagram, whether the symbol on the Crowntide cover is an infinity symbol, or whether it's like a... What's a Sanduhr? Mm-hmm. No, what's the English name? The clocks that have the sand in them, the ones that you turn around and then they can go again. And she was like, oh, it's both. So a certified Alex Astor information here. Okay. So first of all, we have to look at what happened before, and I'm not gonna like sum up all 3 books that happened before. I'm just gonna look at the end of Sky Shade. Mm-hmm. So if you remember, at the end of Sky Shade, we had Isla, who Astor at some point calls Isla in some of her social media videos, but I don't remember whether it was in Sky Shade or Crowntide, but somebody hisses her name, and I feel like you can't hiss Isla, so I'm still going to call her Isla. Isla and her evil ancestors, like her great-great-great-grand-grand-grandma, Lark, like Lark, they're locked into battle. Because Lark wants to destroy Lightlark or whatever the fuck. I don't even remember. She wanted to kill them all. And Isla made a little plan that included this new other world that Lark came from, called Skyshade. And Isla's idea was, okay, I'm gonna take Lark and myself, gonna teleport us to Skyshade, with all these little fucking MacGuffins that she collected over the book in Skyshade, and portal herself away. You know, she needed to use, they were in a maze, she needed to use like the, was it the tomb of the evil great-great-grandfather of, there's more greats in between, of Grimm, which is
Cronin,
like the,
right?
the little, yes, Cronin, exactly. Where we were like, what kind of fucking name is that? You know, compared to all the other
Awful.
names. But just the Lark, Cronin, and Horus together as a combination is so funny Anyways, so they portal away, and then the last thing that happened in Skyshade was basically Grimm, stop.
I
Stop.
love these.
It's only gonna get better.
These are so good.
We have Grimm, Oro, and Lynx, who is a panther, all sad because they tried to fight their way through the maze and through all the enemies to get to Isla. And then when they arrive at the middle of the maze, she and Lark are gone. That was the end
Dum, dum, dum.
of Skyshade. Yeah, Alex Astor has a penchant for like making cliffhangers, doing cliffhangers, but in a way where it's like, wait, is this really the end? What? Which I honestly love. I've loved it in her previous books when she's done that, because I thought it was always such an unhinged place to cut a book. And yeah, this was the end of Skyshade, and now we can go on to Crowntide.
Yes.
All right. So for the book, we have 3 POVs in total. We have 2 POVs, one Grimm and one Oro, and then over in Skyshade we have the Isla POV, and I did not I did not split the slides per POV. They do give interesting insights into each of the characters, and I will get to the specific POVs themselves, but you can be assured that for the beginning of the book, if it's about Grimm or Oro, it's one of the two's POVs, and Isla's is obviously her own POV. So,
Okay.
with that, any more questions before I continue?
No, everything's clear so far.
Okay, perfect. So, the boys, they're fighting. Like, the book starts, and both of them have their own little thoughts, and then they're, fighting each other, because that's just normal. And during this fight, we already get the annoying dynamic that we will see in especially Grimm's POV for the rest of the book, which is like, Grimm is like, my love for Isla is greater than yours. There is no way that, like, you could love her as much as I do. The quote is, I love her more than anything. I will tear apart this world and the next and the one after that until I find her and bring her back. And Oro is just so fucking annoyed by that. He's like, okay, yeah, you go, King, I guess. Slay. And Grimm constantly goes, like, he says this, like, at least 7 times in the first couple of chapters. He always is like, I regret letting Isla fall in love with you, because in his opinion, the only way that Isla was able to even fall in love with Oro was by taking her memories, which Grimm did. So he's like, I regret this. I regret everything. And Grimm is like, I want to tear this world apart. And Oro's like, that is great. We do need a proper plan, though. Like, we can't just go. We can't just run. So these mortal enemies band together for the first, I'd say, half of the book to get the girl back. And to get the girl back, they have to do this plan, and they have a little council meeting, basically. And this was from Grimm's perspective, which was kind of fun and annoying, because he's just, like, the Grimm chapters are half is just him pining after Isla, and the other half in between is actual plot and things happening. So he is like looking out of the window and he's like, I will rip down the constellation themselves to see you again. And then he turns around and he's like, oh, by the way, we're in a council meeting. So in this council meeting, we obviously have the two of them. We have Enya. I don't know if you remember her. She was like the redhead with the fiery wings who knew her death, I think it was. Like she'd seen it at some point, so she knows when she will die. I don't know. She was like the best friend, girl boss friend of Oro.
Okay.
Then we had Zed, who was the thief. And I wrote this down because this is the only thing I also remember from the last book. This is Grimm introducing us to these characters is perfect because he remembers as much as I do. I was like, yeah.
He's also like, who are these people?
He was a thief, I guess. And then we have the hulking moonling who listened more than he spoke. So our little Azrael copy, who was called Calder. And if I remember correctly, I think he actually had a twin sister, and I think she died in one of the fights in the previous books. That's all I remember of this guy. And then we also have Astria, who was Grimm's general. Where it was like the super weird thing of where like Grimm took Isla to Nightshade, and then Astria was like, he's not that bad. And Isla was like, the fuck are you talking about? You know, like, this is your boss. Anyways, so they're talking about, oh, we need a plan how to get Isla, and the first idea is, well, Grimm can portal, so obviously he will have to portal there, you know? Easy as that. We just need to give him, like lots of power, and Grimm is like, oh, I can actually, that power, I can get that, like, there's a super special stone that I can get for me to get that power, and everybody's like, great. Sounds awesome.
It's like a Pokemon evolution. He's like, I need my special stone, and then...
Yeah, except Grimm also follows this with, I actually don't have the stone. So, like, incredible. Okay. I mean, we could get the stone, I guess. And he's like, yeah, the stone actually isn't here. The stone is with Isla. And then he goes, there's this long-ass, convoluted dream he has. Like, he goes to sleep after that, and he dreams, and tells us how he got the stone, which is called Infinite. Like, the stone has a name. Long story short, he had to go to an island, he had to scale a mountain. While he was scaling the mountain, he got, like, strange visions and apparitions of his father and people, and then at the top of the mountain, he met a ghost, of his dead sister, Layla, whom he killed.
Wait, he has a sister?
Yeah, he killed that sister when he was 12 and lost control of his Shadow Daddy powers. I mean, he still had to kill all his siblings anyways, right? Because it was a Nightshade thing where, like, you have to kill them. Yeah. And then she makes him feel bad for killing him, and he's like, I don't care what you throw at me, I'm getting the diamond for my wife. And she's like, well, how strong is your love? And he's like, oh, it's stronger than you. It's infinite. And then, you know, he manages to get that black diamond. And then we're like, oh, that's the diamond in her necklace, you know, the necklace that when she touches it makes him come. Yeah. And one of my favorite moments in the beginning is that then the thief is like, oh, we are so fucked. After Grimm tells them.
Question, is this the only stone like it, or are there more infinite stones out there which one might combine in a sort of gauntlet into...
No, this is like a super special stone. His father was super interested in getting this stone. The stone is like one of the most important power objects you can get. And Grimm was like...
gave it to Isla without telling her what it was?
And Grimm's gonna like, I'm gonna get that stone, I'm gonna put it on the necklace of my wife. Yeah.
I'm gonna put this on my barely legal wife.
I don't even remember if Isla, if he told her that it was a specific stone, but from the way that Aster introduced Infinite to us in this book, I assumed that we did not know about the actual importance of the stone.
Yeah, I don't remember any of this.
I do not have any memory either, so I was like, oh,
yeah, I was like,
okay.
I remember he gave her a necklace that, like, made him come, haha. And also, then later,
Yeah.
the reveal was that actually this was like a marriage necklace situation. Like, this was like a marriage activity that he didn't tell her about.
Yeah.
And that's all I remember. I didn't know he gave her a super powerful object that no one ever used.
Mm-hmm.
Smart, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. I mean, you have to imagine, like, his father made his life's mission to, like, get the stone, and his father didn't manage. So, take of that what you will. But yeah. So, and he gave that away to Isla, and Isla has now taken that stone to Skyshade, where she will maybe, meet other people who might want that stone. So that's just great. Anyways, so, Oro and Grimm are back at, point zero. I mean, they didn't even properly start, right? Because Grimm's first idea was also like, this is not gonna work. The friends are like, Oro, you are still king of Lightlark. We don't think it's a good idea for you to just fuck off and, search for this woman. And Zed even dares to suggest that it honestly isn't a good thing that Isla's staying away, which makes him nearly get, killed by Grimm, but... Totally. Yeah. And their first idea to be like, okay, who could, because from their perspective, they didn't know that Isla was planning anything of this, right? So they're like, okay, who could be in cahoots with Isla? Who could be doing this? So I forgot to include the bodies beforehand. Okay, so Grimm portals Oro and himself to Cleo's ship. Cleo, just as a little memory fresher, was the ruler of the Moonling Kingdom. So the ones where they like could control the water, but if they were to get too close to the water on the full moon, I think the water would just kill them. At least that was their original curse. Before that, those curses were broken. They're like, okay, so what do you know, bitch? And she's like, well, I know everything. Actually, I was in on it with Isla. I have my own horse in the running because Isla also went to Skyshade because she's like, I'm gonna resurrect all the people I killed and people who were killed, and for some reason that includes Cleo's dead child. So Cleo's like, I sent her to Skyshade to also get my child back. And then Cleo's like, oh yeah, by the way, back on the Centennial, which was the thing that they did at Lightlark to break the curses. I also talked to the oracles, and they told me that everything would change 500 years after the curses were spun, which is conveniently, now. And that Isla would have to pick one side. There's so much talk in this fucking book about how Isla will have to change a side, which was really, really like, I get it. She has a split. Okay, I get it. But Cleo is the first one to explain it to us again. And she's like, there's a big war coming between the world. And they're all like, oh my god. And she's like, yeah, this big war has a name. And Grimm's like, what is it? And she's like, Crowntide. So,
what?
A book name drop. The oracles named a big war. It's called Crowntide. It's gonna come and get us.
Why would you name a war?
Don't ask me. Don't listen. I'm just a messenger.
No, I understand. I'm just so bamboozled. Also, who's even going to? No matter. It doesn't matter. Okay.
I also thought it was insanely funny that the oracles told this to Cleo. But that's whatever, basically. And yeah, that they would have to align with each other because not only to like find the woman they both love, but to protect their worlds from destruction. And I had to write this down because otherwise I would get this wrong, but Cleo tells us that Oro's father tried to find a person using Cleo's sister's powers. I don't remember
Okay.
who Cleo's sister was. I don't remember what kind of...
I don't think she has ever been mentioned. I
Right.
don't think so.
I don't remember what kind of powers she's supposed to have, if she even was ever mentioned. But apparently he was trying to find this very specific special person who would apparently help us in this situation. I do not know why Cleo thinks that, but this is the new little quest that Aura and Grim go on. And that is, their first actual quest marker after, Grim can just portal them to Lightlark. They need to find something else that gives them power for Grim to get to Skyshade. Sorry, not Lightlark.
Yeah, so they're just looking for a person to, to
talk to,
be a battery?
I guess. Listen, when I read this, I was like, okay, I don't know why we're looking for this person, but I guess we're doing that now. It's not really that well explained. It's just like, oh, your father was onto something, and maybe we should be onto this thing too.
Okay.
So that's just just accept it, just...
Yeah, okay, I'll just...
A lot of
I will refrain from asking why, because I know you don't know either.
A lot of this book is just accepted. Genuinely, it's a bit annoying, but so in between all of these scenes, there's one mini Isla scene, which I just combined with the next Isla scene. Go away. All right. Oh yeah, follow Daddy's footsteps. That's the plan. So Isla and Lark are now in Skyshade, and Skyshade is not looking like Isla expected it to look. There's gray dunes everywhere. The sky is full of these swirly swirls, all colors, blue, violet, pink, a little bit of green in there. Like the storms from Skyshade. The tempests, I think they were called, in the previous book. And Isla is immediately like, okay, I'm gonna end this here now. I'm gonna take that fucker Lark, and I'm just gonna shiver, But very quickly, Isla realizes that she doesn't have control of her powers there, which is a bit fucked up. But it means Lark also doesn't have access to her powers, because she noticed that Lark also doesn't just immediately throw sand at her, but she's also unable to use anything. And Isla's like, okay, we are so fucked, because remember in Skyshade she made this she met this shady dude behind the waterfall with the blood pool.
Yes, I remember him.
The
freak with
right?
the weird tattoos, yeah.
Yes, the weird freak. And he told her she would only survive until the end of winter, which is in a couple of days. So Isla's like, oh shit, okay, I don't have my powers, I don't have any means to kill Lark right now, and I'm gonna be dead, in 3 or 5 days. That's fucking great. So while they're having their little confrontation going on, they're being apprehended by these
ninja
desert people. They're wrapped in scarves and tunics, which is why I drew them like that. And immediately they can do sand bending. I had to think of the guys that kidnap Appa in Legend of Aang. So this is who I had in my mind all this time. And what I will give Alex Esther credit for is that for this whole duration, Lark is severely hurt. And if you remember, Lark can't die until she gives the person permission to kill her. So
I
Lark
did
is
not
just...
remember that.
A good thing I said.
Yeah, I'm glad.
So Lark can't die. She always regenerates. So currently she's walking around with a gigantic hole in her chest that's partially still open. And the descriptions were actually not... whenever the description was about the gruesome states of Lark, I was like, slay, Alex. That's actually...
Slay.
That's actually fun. Thank you for that. Anyways, they're apprehending the girls, the women, and they're throwing They're throwing them into a cart, and the cart is full of corpses, and Isla very quickly realizes that these people are just simple scavengers who are walking around this desert place, and they collect anything the portals spew out, because while she looks at the landscape and the horizon, she sees smaller portals open up all over, and it feels like this is some weird fucked up place where, you know, the some worlds collide and basically dump people in there.
Okay.
And the whole countryside looks weird too, because the dunes, the longer they travel, they don't just stay gray. Sometimes they go to completely black, and then there's some stripes of green and also blue. And in the very wise words of Alex Astor, it almost looks like a map. So I imagine it's like a Minecraft map, right? It's like, oh, that's what it looks like. And yeah, it seems as if entire forest and streams and fields had been turned to dust and ash in mere moments. So something just pulverized the whole place, which I think it's insanely funny that the streams are blue, but
I was about to say, I love the idea that things turn into the color a primary schooler would draw them with. It's kind of charming.
Right. And yeah, she thinks it's really funny. While they're being loaded up onto the cart, and while I was trying to draw this, I was like, wait, what was actually dragging the cart? And I actually went back to the book, and I was like, maybe I missed it. It's never said. We don't know if an animal is dragging this cart, if the people are dragging this cart, if they're sandbending the cart, but...
I was about to say also, like, it's not like wheels are especially useful.
Right? It's not a sleigh
desert.
or anything. Or like a sledge. Or it's not described what sort of... So I just drew a cart because that's what I have in my mind when somebody says...
They did, in fact, put the cart before the horse because the horse is gone. There's no horse. Maybe they're pulling the cart.
No, you can't lead this horse to water because it's not here.
The horse is also dust, same as the water.
Isla sees like little horse-shaped. She's like, oh no. Anyways, she realizes, or she makes like a little plan in order to get away from these people. So previously she has been wearing her armor, and they took her armor off, and then they like put it into the cart. So she starts to throw off all of her stuff, like her pieces of armor and everything. She also still has what they call the god bone, which is Horus's finger, and Cronin's sword. She just dumps all of that like outside of the cart while the cart is going, and she also just yeets Lark out of the cart.
You just let her do that? What?
The guards don't notice. It's so funny because it implies
throw out a whole woman. They're like, whatever.
Because it implies they're stupid as shit and they don't notice the cart getting lighter if one of them is like, pulling the cart. They are not positioned all around the cart, so all 6 of them must be walking in front.
I also love that they didn't, put Lark and I almost said Light, Isla in handcuffs or anything. No.
They are in chains, but I think Isla managed to get out of them. So.
Okay. I love how laissez-faire these like scavengers are with the things they're scavenging. Pretty cool.
Yeah,
love that.
They didn't hobble them or anything. I think, Isla pretended to faint and then they just threw them back there, but you should keep an eye on your loot, Even if you just go over, like, a little hill and something could fall out in the back, right?
Maybe they are just so used to collecting corpses, they're just totally flabbergasted by someone moving in the back of the car.
Could be. she eats her out. She eats all of her stuff out, and then she eats herself out. And they are like fighting again. And it's a bit annoying. Wait, what are my notes saying? Ah, yes.
I love that
Yeah.
they're back to fighting as if like these people had never come along. So like what
Yeah,
the
they just continue. So basically, Isla like walks all the way back, get her armor pieces, and then find Lark. And Lark again is like, all Lark does is smirking. It's so annoying. She always smirks. She always goes,
But wait, if Isla's just going back to pick up her armor, why did she throw it out at all? Why didn't she just jump immediately? What the fuck?
I think she threw Lark first, and then her armor. I just remember that she threw out everything at some point, and then she just, picked up the pieces. And she again tries to kill Lark, and again the scavengers come and find them, because the scavengers finally realize, oh, we left our loot behind.
What a good scene.
And then, honestly, and then Isla has finally a good thought, because she's like, oh my god, Grimm would do anything for me, because she misses Grimm, and she's like looking around the countryside. She sees all the annihilation of the dust and everything, and she's like, oh, that's not a good thing, actually. He would do the same thing.
This.
Yeah. And then, and this is like a gross understatement of one of the Isla chapters that follows, but they're being attacked by a gigantic sandworm that we actually don't see. It's like underneath the sand, so this is my artistic freedom. And
they didn't have the budget to show the worm. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. And the worm kills all but 2 of the scavengers.
Cool.
So basically, nothing really of substance happens in between, right? Nothing that furthers the plot, because we don't learn anything. We literally do not learn a smidge. Everything could have been done in this first, they're being taken away by the card. Chapter. Incredible. Incredible plot and show writing, especially because we don't even see the monster. It stays underneath the sand. It's really annoying. I was like, oh my god, is she for real?
This okay, I will assume like this book just did not like receive editing either. They were just like, yeah, write whatever, we'll put it out. I mean, there wasn't time, right? She wrote those novellas. And then this also came out this year. Like, yeah, printing takes a while. Yeah.
I mean, did I send you? Yeah, I did send you the screenshot from one of her Q&As where she's like, oh yeah, next to Starsight, 2 other books of mine are gonna come out this year.
Dude.
So it's like...
That's true, she also wrote that, like, romance book, right? For...
Well, yeah, she
summer one.
Summer in the City, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Which has gotten a good reception. Honestly, I can see her being better at writing contemporary than fantasy, actually.
Which is not hard, because the fantasy is pretty bad.
But yeah, she has, from what we've known and from what she's shared, she has an extremely busy life and a not very good work-life balance, and she always says that it's shit and that she should work on it. But I can imagine that it did not get the amount and care of edits it should have gotten, due to the fact that this woman is simply so overworked, because she just keeps writing book after book.
We know this chapter is in the book even near the beginning, and it seems to, like, is there anything set up in here that has, like, a crazy payoff later on, or is this just a wasted chapter?
I would not say so. I would not say so, no. There's something later which I thought would lead to something, but I don't think it does. So, anyways, get back to the boys. So, basically, the idea is we're getting expanded on what Daddy's mission was. Oro's dad, the guy on the left, actually tried to find a map from Horus, who is, Horace is the guy with the map
Yeah,
over
in
there.
the tomb, yeah.
And they want to get to a lost king, is what we find. So the lost king is that person that Oro's dad, who does not have a name, I think, was trying to find. And I think this was a Grimm chapter again, because Grimm is just fucking pissed off at everything right now. And he's like, okay, guys, I've had enough of all of this. I'm just gonna portal us to the Moonling Library. This part of the book is so funny too, because Grimm just portals people everywhere. There's no like, like G.R.R. Martin would be wishing to have this in his books so he can get out of this travel problem that he wrote himself into with Daenerys, right? Grimm does not have the problem. Grimm portals them wherever. There's no satisfaction of arriving at a place if Grimm is involved, because he just takes them everywhere in a fucking instant. But they're at the Moonling Library because this is where they will find this map. And then, this is so fucking funny. Then Cleo is like, I'm gonna get you the map. And she just straight up punches like a slab of ice that she punches through. And out of the ice, she pulls a compass. So she just...
What? Incredible.
She walks over, and this is it doesn't stop here. It's not like a Pirates of the Caribbean compass, right? That points you to the thing that you want to see the most, right? It's just a fucking useless compass. And while Oro is holding his compass, he's like, I don't know what to do with this, and he hands it over to Grimm. Grimm just fucking yeets the compass against the wall. And it breaks, and a little bit of water comes out of the compass, which they could see. They were like, oh, it's just waterlocked. And then Grimm, like, in his ultimate wisdom, I'm so sorry that I'm so laughing right now, he takes his finger, he dips it into the water, and he goes like, he like sips.
No!
And then he's like,
no!
And then he's like, I know where this water comes from. And then he just portals them again to
what?
And they're just at some random island in the ocean.
Okay, but like, how would that even help them get... How would that be helpful? How would...
Okay. I was having the same thoughts. I was like, okay, we don't know where this compass has been, right? Like, for all it matters, this water could be from the sewers or something. Right? But, as fate wants it, they arrive at this random island, and they're like, nothing is here. And then Cleo is like, nah, you forget, I'm like a water queen. And then she becomes fucking Moses, and she like splits the ocean. And they're like, oh, something is down there. And then Oro and Grimm hop into the ocean canyon that Cleo just made. So.
Yeah, I mean, logical. Did they explain why they think that the compass randomly will lead them to the thing they want? Like,
I think it was some... Okay,
any explanation, or was it just, we found this thing, it's gonna work? Why? Because...
Cleo said the compass was the map, or was like associated with the map.
Okay.
Or she was like, they're like information on this is in the Moonling Library. But I still thought it was so fucking funny.
No, that is incredible, honestly.
This is like if you go to like an escape room, and you're just shits and giggles brute forcing riddles, right? You're like, oh, what could this be? And you like push buttons, and it actually works. And you're like, it feels undeserved, but,
I just love that Grimm just threw it, and then also just put the mystery water into his mouth.
Right.
What?
Right.
What a man. What a man.
What? And the funniest
He might have
thing
been a dog in a previous life.
He whimpers like a bitch. Anyways, the funniest thing about this whole thing is that it was a Grimm and an Oro chapter. So you have Grimm being like absolutely fed up and Oro looking at Grimm like he's a fucking caveman, you know? He's like, what is wrong with this man? Like, I swear, how can Isla like him?
Because he has abs.
But Oro has abs too. Well,
that's true.
Speaking of Isla,
yes.
They've been attacked by the sandworm, right? And they get attacked again. They have their two scavengers, and they get attacked by other scavengers. And while she looks at these other scavengers, and she's like, oh, they can sandband, they have powers, they have this little bit of metal on their necklaces around their neck. Maybe that's the reason why they can bend. This is something that never gets addressed again. So this was like a little more so. It's like, oh, maybe this is important. I'll write this down. It does not come up ever again.
Because last book they had the metal that makes magic impossible, so this could have been
right. It's
another
shade
magic
made,
metal, but it didn't.
She was like, oh, maybe it's shade made metal, and maybe these people here respond differently to the metal, and that's why they can bend when they've got it close. But no, yeah, you're correct. In the previous book, the rain from Sky Shade included shade made metal, and that's why they couldn't like bend. This way, it's somehow like the other way around. While these scavengers are fighting each other, rain starts to happen, and they're like feeling their power come back. So like the storms, I don't know. The storms can include the portals, and the portals include worlds from other worlds, and that's why don't ask me. She gets her powers back when it rains, and
she has magic when she's wet.
Yeah, get her wet, and then, anyways, they start fighting again, and then a portal opens. Oh yeah, first they fight, with their magic powers, and then a portal opens, and in that portal there are trees. You can see a forest, and then Lark takes that forest and throws it at Isla.
What?
Yeah, she just, in my head, it looked like really cool, like Inception style, where the portal opens in the sky and you look top down on the forest. But I don't know. I think it's also really funny if it was just like, like a side view of a forest, like totally unadventurous. And Lark was just like, wah, wah, like pulling the trees and letting them fly to Isla. But yeah, that's what Lark does.
Okay, wait. I think I have a fundamental question that.
Yes.
Why are they still fighting? Like, I understand on Lightlark they were fighting because Lark wanted to destroy Lightlark.
Yeah.
But if Lark can't be killed and she'll just keep regenerating, why is Isla fighting? Like, why are they still going at it? Why don't they just go separate ways?
Because Isla wants to make sure that Lark can't come back. And Isla has not thought it through on how she will kill Lark. I think this is something she even says at the end of Sky Shade.
Oh, okay.
Where she's like, I do not have an additional plan on how to proceed, but all I know is that I need to get Lark away from here. So yeah, Isla's idea is just, Lark has to go. Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So, back to the boys. At the bottom of the ocean, they realize this is like an underwater torture prison. So what they can see is like there's tons of humans and creatures and the like chained to the ocean floor, and the ones that are still in the water are constantly drowning and getting re-alived and then drowning, and like a perpetual cycle of drowning torture. And the creatures that are not in the water anymore, they stop drowning and they're like, oh, what's happening? And then they look at the boys and they're like, oh, we're gonna kill ya, woohoo. So again, for whatever fucking reason, I do not know why, Grimm and Oro do not have powers at the bottom of the ocean. Maybe the ocean, Don't ask me.
I'm sorry.
It's not like there's a no, because I've been wondering the same questions, right? They just accept it like that. But if I was king of Lightlark and being at the ocean floor of my fucking kingdom would make me unable to wield my powers, I'd be having questions.
Yeah, it is kind of strange. Like, what? Why?
They don't. And then in like a montage sort of thing, Grimm and Oro have some bonding time killing creatures. They're talking a little bit about, their life and their friendship before Isla and the curses and everything came along. And, it's just a very strong Groro moment. Yeah, that's one of the new animations that I learned.
Incredible.
So, one of the, I feel like, funniest conversations of this part, but I wanted to include it also because I felt it was somehow important, is that Aura's like, listen, bro, we were friends at some point, but this whole thing started because you didn't believe me when I told you I'm not responsible for these Nexus curses, even though, due to your flair, you knew I wasn't lying. So, you should have known, right? And Aura's like, yeah, you're kind of right at that. And then Grimm continues, yeah, and at the Centennial completely ignored me. And Aura's like, well, stop. You tried to kill me at the Centennial. And Grimm's like, oh, yeah, you're kind of right. Okay,
I forgot.
I forgot. No, genuinely, he was like, yeah, you're right, huh?
I did do that.
But yeah, then it ends up again in a discussion of who loves Isla more, and they have this, basically it feels like baby feeding the reader on what kind of values you're signing up for, if you're team #Oro or #team Grimm. Grimm is basically like, oh, I love her for everything she is, and then Oro's like, I always tell her she's not a monster, she's a good human, and Grimm's like, well, I love both of her sides, and Aura's like, yeah, but it feels like you're kind of, helping that weird, dark, kinky, fucked up side a little bit too much, and Grimm is like, you really think so? No, I'm just helping her and embracing her. I just have this discussion while they're killing monsters, but they start fighting each other, because again they're squabbling over this woman like little boys fighting for a toy, and the more they're fighting each other and these creatures, they realize that they're getting more creature-like, is what they say, and they're like, okay, we can't be distracted by the squabble between us, we have to continue on, because most likely this lost king will be beyond the creature-like creatures. So they continue on fighting.
Question, was
yes.
no one aware of this underwater prison or what it's for? Is there lore about this, or is it just there and that's kind of it?
So about the prison itself, not really. I'm trying to remember what a character later on says, but I don't think we get lore on the prison. It's more like, it's just there.
Okay. I was just wondering, because I was like, is there like a point to this? Like, are these people just being eternally tortured? That seems kind of evil. Like,
right,
I don't know.
Right.
A good guy would probably stop that. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not an expert.
Well, this isn't kind kid,
I mean, yeah, right. Oro as like a good king. It's like, Oro, do you not know about this? Also, if you know about it, what? Why would you do this?
Yeah. Don't ask me.
Yeah. Okay.
I assume, and this is like outside, right? This is not inside the book. I think Alex Asher thought the thought itself was super cool, which, I mean, it is fucking rad and pretty evil. Cool. Drowning is an awful death. But there's no context as to why.
Yeah,
Why?
it's like to do this to people over and over for
Yeah.
eternity, basically.
Yeah.
That's like evil shit. What did they do? It's like,
Especially
this feels like there ought to be lore.
especially what use do you have of putting like monsters down there that don't have a consciousness in that way? Like, it's not learning anything from being tortured down there, right? Like, it's
Right,
the
it's
same
like,
as being mean to a dog. The dog, after like an hour, will not know what you're punishing the dog for.
yeah, especially if Grim and Oro, by virtue of being down there, also turn slowly into creatures. It's like, is this additional punishment? Like, is this just how this place is? Are any of the creatures real? Like, what is going on?
They don't get creature-like. The creatures they're fighting are getting more creature-like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I didn't say that
No,
correctly.
I misunderstood then. That's fine.
They're fighting monsters and humanoids, people, but the further they're fighting along this canyon of water, the creatures are getting more creature-like, which is why I had to include this quote. Because I thought it was so funny.
No, it's great. Yeah.
Okay. So before we get into the before we get into the next chapter, many things are happening, and after this chapter, I was a bit like, huh? I was like, what is happening here? So, Isla got a forest thrown at her, right? So she throws that forest back, which like
Of course, yeah.
a lark
you
is
do.
still, weakened, so Lark gets hit with the forest, like she can't throw the forest away again. Isla then, they fight. She rides on a stream of energy towards her ancestor. Like she just, I don't know, she silver surfs the stream. I have no idea. While this fight is going on, I also don't know at this point if the scavengers are still fighting. I lost count at this point. Suddenly there's portals in the sky because the storm got hard. And there's creatures raining from the portals. We don't get told what kind of creatures.
Just creatures.
Yeah, I assumed it was the same like nasty winged creature monsters that come from the storm and skyshade that Lark brings with her. So not the ones that come out of the floor with Cronan's sword, but like just winged little monsters,
Okay.
And then it starts raining men.
I was about to say, are just like Oro and Grim gonna fall through there?
No, not yet. So this was the first time where I was like, what in the Iron Man? But this was not the reason I sent you the meme.
Yeah.
So, at first it's just one man, and it's a knight, super cool dude. The armor seems shaped into his very skin, which made me think of the, like, original Iron Man concepts, where it was just, like, this robo dude with a latex suit.
Yeah.
They have super cool, they have super cool swords, which are like twice as large as them, made from pure rippling shadow. And then again, there is such an explainy writing going on, and this happens all throughout the book. Like every single step, this happens, and it's so annoying. Either Alex Astor does not explain a singular thing, which results in, natural questions that you have been being asked. Yeah. Or she explains every single fucking thing. Because instead of us, getting the chance to have our own interpretations, Isla goes, "This was not random. Whoever these knights were, they guarded this world. Did they work with Cronin?" And it's like, girl?
How do you know?
Just let us figure this out on ourselves. Like, I read this and I was like, oh, these are probably like Cronin cronies, or these are like people who guard this world. But why does she have to spell this out again?
Okay, but why would you assume they work for Cronin? We know this world is full of like gods and stuff.
Because I thought it because of the rippling shadow sword. I was
like,
that sounds like a Cronin thing.
But like there was like if I don't misremember, in the last book, it said that Cronin, Lark, and Horus were each descendants of one of the 3 gods that ruled.
Like,
so wouldn't Cronin's dad be way more powerful and have the same powers? The god of the underworld or whatever it was. It had a stupid name, but it was like...
What I remember most is that for like Lark, they said she was a princess of the dirt.
Yeah, the dirt. I also remember this.
But yeah,
None
of this. This is so funny. None of this lore that we thought about was true for Skyshade applies to this Skyshade that we are in right now.
Great.
But I will get to as to why later on. But I was also wondering this because I thought we were going to be, and I mean this was Issa's thought as well, right? We were going to be put into a world that's like a super high fantasy culture of this is next level shit, right? Flying cars and stuff, opposed to what we knew from Lightlark, but instead it was a Minecraft map desert. But yeah, one of these dudes falls out of the sky, then there's more of these knights, and she's fighting with all of her powers, water, nature, energy, wind, and she's noticing, oh my god, I'm losing the fight. The monsters above are in a frenzy, it's raining blood and bones, because these flying monsters are just gobbling each other up. And she's like, I tried to draw the Tony Stark meme, I did not get far, and she's like, that made me send you the meme. She's like, okay, Jarvis jumps into the sky and then has her armor, her armor flies up and just like attaches itself to her, like the Iron Man suit, and then she just flies through the portal and flies away. These were so many different Iron Man aesthetics together that it's now Isla and her armor, and to me is Tony Stark.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Anything could happen. Yeah.
Anything could happen. And at this point, I was like, okay. I had to take a breather. I think what I thought was fun in that moment of contemplation was that we just have to accept that in the Lightlark universe, if they constantly say, oh my god, this is the strongest person, blah blah blah, then yeah, they do operate on these power levels. They do fly around the screen like they're in Dragon Ball season 25 or something. Mm-hmm. And they have the same power crawling arc as the characters in a Shonen Jump anime would have. And insane chapters like this will just exist. But I was sitting there and thinking, where the fuck is this book going? And this was shortly, I don't know, for those of you who follow us on Goodreads, this was shortly before my little Crowntide reading slump. Because I was like, where the fuck are we? What are we even doing in this place? But then I continue reading, because I was like, wait, we have this old dude that we still have to find. So they're finding the old lost king. He's tied down by 10 chains. And the description was that his legs are crossed in front of him. And I know that, what Alex Astor probably meant was that, like, his legs were crossed like this. But yeah. in my ultimate wisdom of not being a native speaker, I was like, what if he's sitting there like this? It's just twiddling it.
For a second, I assume you'd, like, draw them, like, sticking up, like he's sitting there like a real diva, He's...
I was like, what if he's just sitting there twiddling his thumbs with his legs crossed like that in a little L sit? And he, holy fuck, he gives us the info dump of a lifetime. Alex Astor needed to find some sort of way to get this information to us, and she chose one of the most inconvenient ways possible to have this old fuck tell us all about it. Reasoning being, he is from a different dimension, he just ended up here. He traveled the lands wide and far, and this place, a Lightlark, I think, is like a place between galaxies, universes. I don't know. She uses different words all the time for this. Sometimes she also uses the word realms, and that's why he knows. He just traveled a lot. He's a travel influencer, and he can tell us from his experience. All right. So, the king reveals to us that Isla is there's an R missing. It's Cronon's world key. What does that mean?
Good question.
He needs Isla to open a door, a world. Why can she do that? Isla has all the powers, so she's like super special, right? There's one last key in Lightlark, fated to unlock the universe.
Okay, yeah, and align the chakras, whatever, yeah.
Yeah, that Cronin potentially would need to unlock a universe. Cronin is seeking a special place with which he needs this key for. And Cronin cannot use the stone because he was cursed by the stone. Infinite, the black diamond. Cronin tried to create his own world and failed, which is the new sky shade we are in right now. So like that's why everything is just. Oh, actually, that's not sky shade. Never mind, that's a different world. I got my notes. I actually did practice this time, and when I practiced, I also ran into this problem right here. It's not the sky shade. It's a different world. I always forget the side plot because it's fucking dumb. Okay, and this world that Cronin tried to create and failed. Like the old king turns to Aura and he's like, "You've actually been there," and Aura's like, "What? I've been where?" So if you remember, for 100 years, Lightlark is like in this cloud storm, and then once every 100 years the clouds go away and you can access it, and then they would do the centennial. Actually, Lightlark wasn't there. Lightlark during the centennial would get like ported to this cursed world. So for 100 years they would be living on their little island in the super cursed world, and then for 1 year it would come back to the actual world. So that's
and people didn't notice, like they just didn't know?
I mean the people from Lightlark never went past the clouds because the clouds were also still there. Like the cursed place is just dark clouds and
okay, but why does the king know about this?
Because he's a travel influencer, I swear.
No, but if he's down there and everyone was looking for him but didn't know where he was, and all these people who have been alive since before the curses don't know him, what? Did somebody dive down and give him the tea? Like, what happened?
He knows from somewhere. He's just trying to be very vague, and like he doesn't even give them a name of who he is because he's like, oh no, I'm from a different world, I'm not from around here.
Okay, is this just Alex Astor's self-insert? And it's just like, listen, I need to move the plot forward, so I'm giving lore?
That's why I said she chose the most fucked up way to give us this information.
But also,
yes.
What is even the point of the island going to a different world during the Who can? What? What does it mean?
Well, the king actually continues and says you have to go to the cursed land if you want to find out more on how to get to Skyshade, because you have to follow Cronin's little breadcrumbs. And then the king is like, by the way, the key to unlock, fated to unlock the universe, is this. And then he just gets out like these golden threads, like a little thread, not stuff thing. And he's like, these are the threads of time which Cronin needs, and we'll give them to you for safekeeping. And then he just vanishes. Like,
What?
he just, like candy, he pulls it out of his pocket and gives it to them.
Incredible. I mean, you can say one thing, nobody predicted any of this.
Right. I was reading this and I thought, what? Huh?
But also, like, my king, you are so hard to find. Why don't you just keep the strands of time? Seems pretty safe to me.
And isn't it funnier that he was down there, chained by 10 chains, and then he can just vanish?
Okay, but if he can just vanish, maybe he just hung out down there, like, for a short bit. He was just like, oh, I'm just gonna be down here while you visit, but then I'm moving on.
Also, isn't it funny that,
was, like,
this water canyon... This water canyon that Cleo made did include the king. Like, we don't know how big this prison is. What? Imagine they'd be running around killing monsters, not finding the king, because he's like 1 kilometer off to the side.
I was about to say, he's like just behind the water wall. He's watching and going, huh, yeah, crazy.
Oh, no, come back. But yeah, that's that. Anyways, when Isla flew through this other portal, she arrived in a forest, and in this forest she saw herself. So while she sees little baby Isla Me, she has like a training flashback, and basically it's just little Isla is very sad, and in her sadness she finds a paintbrush after training in her room, and she's like, this belonged to my mom. And then she's just sad, and little Isla is sad, and big Isla is sad, and she like wakes up from this dream, and suddenly there is Lark. Huh?
Of course.
And this is just one of those super funny scenes, because Isla immediately goes, okay, Lark, now you fucked up, and she like takes the Cronin sword, she's like, I'm gonna fuck you up. And Lark goes, that won't kill me, so don't waste your precious energy. I do not lie. And Isla just believes her. And it's like, okay, I won't. And then Lark gets stuck in a memory, and then Isla just grabs her hand and they walk through the forest. Getting back to Grim and Oro, because their plot is a lot more fun than whatever Isla's got going on.
Yeah.
They reconvene after what they just have witnessed, and Grim is like, this was so fucking stupid. And Oro's like, actually, it was pretty useful. Like, we've got these threads of time. We can use this to save the universe. And then Grim is like, I don't give a fuck about the universe. Speak for yourself, bitch. I only here to save Isla. And then this fucking topic of who loves her more comes up again. And Oro's like, listen, my love is not lesser because I also care about this world. Because she cares about this world too. Like, this is not a singular thing. It's called compassion. And Grim goes, well, she is my heart. Of course your love is lesser. Which is like, okay, buddy. I guess. Slay. They are like thinking about how can we get to this cursed land, and listen, this one sentence in my notes, I used it as like a heading for the next slide because I thought it was very fitting actually to sum up this whole chapter, which is they tried to use the ghost of Azul's dead husband to help them get some information from the cursed land.
Of course. Logical next step.
Let it sink in.
What the fuck, man?
So their reasoning is he was a moonling scholar who worked with ancient texts, and they haven't hit up Azul in a while, so they're like, okay, let's go to Azul's place. So let's go to the Skyline.
Are there no other moonling scholars who know about this topic?
No, and the fun fact that I don't know. I think is like the first one that they were thinking of. They did not go to check 24 and check.
They didn't talk to Cleo and go like, hey, you have any scholars in your library? And she was like, nah, man, they all died. Sorry.
Right. So they go to the Skyling lands. And the fun thing is, this was from Oro's perspective. Oro's like, okay, we gotta make a good impression, we are encroaching on a different ruler's territory, lots of shit has gone down, so we need to, show respect. So Oro makes himself, nice and clean, dresses up, he's like, okay, let's go. Walks into the hall to meet with Grimm. Grimm still is covered in blood and shit and viscera from their little adventure with the Lost King. And Grimm is just like, I will not concern myself with these pesky little things while my wife is still in another world. And Oro's just looking at him like, I am running around with a fucking, I don't know. His swings were set next to a wall, as a kid. He was dropped and not loved, which is actually canon, right? So that's the reason why he
I can't believe he's just like Kai from Powerless. He's like, no, I will go to an important dinner.
I immediately had to think of Kai when this happened, but it also just cracked me up. God. Anyways, they go to the Skyling place to get Azul's help, which, if you remember, right, the Skyling Palace does not have roofs. And the description is so funny. They go there, Oro's like, hey, let me do the talking. Of course, Grimm immediately begins to talk shit. The description is like, oh, the sky was blue, and the walls were painted with swirls of white that resembled clouds, and the ceiling had been removed, and the sky was clear, and sunlight rained down, which again poses the question of what happens if there's something else raining down.
Honestly, it's way funnier to say the roof had been removed and not like they had never installed one.
Yeah, because it suggests that there was a roof. Did they commission these houses from people on the ground, and then they had to remove the roofs?
God, can you imagine? Incredible.
Anyways, they rock up into a council meeting of Azul, and Azul's like, okay, let's talk let's talk alone. And they're like, Azul, you need to step up, you need to help. And he's like, I already did help Isla a lot. And then he's like, I gave her this weird ring with all the storms that she could use to capture other storms. I gave her this little storm bird that would chirp chirp whenever a storm was coming. I gave her very incredible, important intel that would, help her. And they're like, oh, we didn't know that. Interesting.
That's where that came from.
And Oro was like, but listen, she's in danger, and it's not just about her. And again, Grimm goes, speak for yourself.
Oh my god, Grimm.
And they're relaying the information to Azul, and then the last sentence of this chapter is Azul going, take me to my husband. And then they're going.
That he says it like that, as if Grimm is not immediately gonna murder him because he misunderstood the implication.
Oh yeah, and then they go to the cursed land. This again, I summed up. This is not a huge portion, but it's a chapter each for each character. They go to the cursed land, and there they get split up, and each of them talks to people who are important to them. So obviously Azul goes off to talk to his husband. Grimm talks to his dad, and they talk about, all this stuff about the stone, and Grimm has feelings and whatever. And he's like, oh, it's so annoying. Aurora always has to be the hero. And Grimm's own honesty makes him the villain, apparently. And then he has a panic attack. That happens. And then he calms down because he thinks of Isla. And then he meets his dad and tells him he got the stone. And that's that. Oh yeah, and Oro talks to his brother, Egan, who was supposed to be king, and like another funny quote was he wanted to embrace his brother, but he didn't think he would be able to, given the half corporeal quality of his form.
Oh my god! But also,
yeah.
question.
Yes.
Is just every dead person in the cursed land, or
so we assume that all the people who died during or under the Nexus, or like because of the Nexus curse, they do portal there by using a ring from Azul's old husband, and Grimm just, portals them to Azul's dead husband.
Wait,
which
they could
is
just
conveniently.
do that? Like that's just
I guess, yes. I mean, which is why they had the idea for Grimm to just portal to Skyshade, because if he can do this, he probably can do the other thing, right?
Honestly, it is, when you said it's kind of unsatisfying with Grimm portaling everywhere, this is insane. Like, why?
That's why I said if Grimm is involved, there's no struggle to get anywhere, and thus there's no satisfaction of them getting anywhere. Neither of finding the long lost king or getting to this cursed land to talk to Azul's husband. Dead husband.
Yeah, it makes it feel like anyone could just be doing all of this at any point in time. Like,
and the thing is, right, that it's just like, I mean, it is his flair, and then one of the reasons why his father wanted Grimm to be king, because it's an extremely powerful flair to have. But it gets to a point where it's just fucking overpowering. Like, that's how they get to this cursed land. To me, it was a fucking bogus chapter, because all Grimm gets is a little bit of character insights of things we know already. And Oro talks to his brother, and then in this cursed land also, the wildling lady that he fell in love with joins them, Violet, who is best friends with Aurora, and then the reason why the whole curses even happened, because Aurora was jealous. Yeah. And yeah, he just finds out that Egan, loved his girl very much, and Aurora lies to her and tells her, oh yeah, Aurora is fine. She had a good life. Instead of telling her, yeah, no, we killed her.
Well, she lived a long time.
Yeah, she lived not a happy but a long life. I thought that was so unnecessary, but I did include it because I thought it was fucking hilarious. Also because Grimm is like, well, I know that Azul wouldn't pressure me to be fast with this, if the roles were reversed, right? But I do not care about this man's gay love. I want to find my wife, so
oh my
he's like,
god, Grimm.
I will. He doesn't say he doesn't care for this man's gay love, but he's like, I don't care for them. Also, the husband is dead anyway, so fuck him. So back to Isla. Did I skip something in my notes? What is going on? I did. Okay. So, they walk. Isla wants to ask Lark some questions, because he's like, wait, actually, this is a good time as any to talk to Lark and get something out of her. But before she can do so, she's stuck in a memory again. And then again, it's a training sequence, and it's a bit longer, and then I wrote, it is longer than allowed. Okay, so I was fed up with this one. And it ends up with Tara. You remember one of her gay lesbian caretakers finds all these old things from her mom and breaks them, and that makes Isla super, super sad. And then may I present the moment we've all been waiting for.
Yes.
Isla finds a hidden compartment in her room. She reaches inside and she pulls out a long, thin stick made of a strange material. It looked almost like her mother's paintbrush without the end. It glimmered in her hand, shining silver before settling. Ladies and gents, we just got a description of what the star stick looks like. And it is a stick. Literally.
Oh my God.
It's a thin stick. I assumed that when she said without the end, she meant without the fluffy part, so I just drew a fucking stick. But we finally found out what the star stick looks like. It just took us 4 books.
Just 4, yeah. But basically no time at all.
Just 4, but the star stick literally is just a stick. So in my mind, I was thinking of these sticks that they, like, when you're like a little girly girl and you get this stick and attached to it is a ribbon and you can run around and make like little ribbon stuff. And some of them were super pretty and translucent, and I never had a pretty translucent one. That's what I was thinking of. I was like, oh, that's a stick she found. But yeah, they get woken up from this memory. They get attacked by monsters. It's all pretty, like, insignificant and boring. It's just Isla shading a Lark, because Lark is only able to use her powers and doesn't know how to, like, wield a sword. And all we get from this is what we already knew from Isla's explanations, which is, yeah, these monsters that are attacking us were once just, in this case, pretty women, but, like, inhabitants of this world. And then Isla gets swept up in another memory. Only this time it's not a memory. Haha. She gets swept up in like a alternative sleep dimension, we can say.
Okay.
I don't know. And she's still in the forest. In a forest. Which we later find out is the Forgotten Forest. The forest that never forgets. And
What? No.
No, yes. Literally. We get told it's the Forgotten Forest. The forest never forgets. And in there, she meets this ethereal woman with silver eyes, silver hair. She has a starling aesthetic, is what the book says. And the woman tells her to close her eyes and open them again, and then they're somewhere else, right, in this Forgotten Forest. And in front of her is like a pool of water, like a silver pool of water. And this woman, like, tells her this, that the prophecy that Isla has is older than she could possibly imagine, and that this pool is, like, very special. And then she gives Isla a little pep talk of how many things she already endured, after looking at this pool and seeing all of the things that happened to her beforehand. And then she's like, oh, drink from the pool. You'll get a bit of extended lifetime because, you know, you're about to die at the end of the winter. And yeah, Isla does that. She drinks from the pool. And then the silver-haired woman goes, oh, night always turns to day, which I was like, oh, are these hashtag Team Oro breadcrumbs? Oh my god. But yeah, Isla gets a power-up, and then she goes back, and then there's an evil man.
Cool.
Who could he be?
We don't know.
We don't know. And we will continue in other places before we talk about this again.
Okay. Cool.
So, little record scratch. While you're thinking, what the fuck did I just witness? Again. Azul's husband told, so like Grim and Oren, like they're reconvening, they're talking about what happened, and Azul tells them that his husband told him that back in the day, the oracles had another oracle that was in another world and who drowned in an ancient pool of water, an ancient hidden pool of water, and that this person then got frozen in ice. You remember? They also did this with the other oracles. I wonder
I was about to say, they were all
well, they're always
icicles.
freezing people in ice. And then the person was later stolen and cut open, and the water that was still stuck in the person's lungs was used to create other pools all over, from like the pool of the one of this hidden super magic pool. And that one of these pools is, drumroll, on Lightlark. And that they can use the connection between these waters as a portal to get to Skyshade.
Okay.
So, you know what? Okay, I get it. I was like, this is sort of metal, the water from the lungs is kind of fun. And they go to the coast. It's one of my favorite moments. They go to the coast, and this was one of the moments where I was like, does Alex Astronaut know how tide pools work? Because there's different pools on the tide pool. And then, Azul is like, oh, this pool of magic water is only revealed at high tide because the ancient water is buried below and it rises when the sea fully rushes in. That's not how like a tide pool is a little bit of water that stays there when the tide goes down because it's stuck in a little puddle place, It's not like, it's not a well. It's not a well with water that rises up.
Also, but in that case, wouldn't that water also not be insanely diluted by the sea anyway? It's like,
right. Oh, I don't know if it's like dense water or something. I don't know. My head was going in circles when I tried to rationalize this to myself.
I love that this narrative is just like, hey, you want answers? Tough luck. More questions for you.
I really did not get that one, and I mean, I have seen tide pools, and I was like, wait, did I misunderstood how these tide pools work?
Did I actually looked it up?
I was like, no, I was right. Like, Alex, what are you talking about? But yeah, one of the funniest scenes comes up in which Grimm then whirls to Oro, and he's like, bro, make it high tide. And Oro's like, the fuck do you think I am? The fucking moon? and then Grimm portals over to Oro, grabs him by the throat, and he's like, you're anything I tell you to be.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. I thought that was a little charged. Anyways.
Getting Groro breadcrumbs in this novel.
These were my Groro breadcrumbs. But I thought it was so funny when Oro turns around, he's like, what do you think I am? The moon? It's like, it did make me crack up a little bit. I genuinely thought this was funny. I think of all the characters in this book, Oro is the most normal one. Or the most normal one you would assume to meet in a fantasy book, which also makes him the funniest one, because he's just dead ass sometimes. Anyways, they fight again. And Grimm attacks him with his dagger-like shadows, but suddenly they both drop to the floor, to the ground, because they can't feel Isla anymore. Dun dun dun. Because they have this connection to Isla, and they suddenly can't feel her anymore. So they're like, oh my god, she must have died. Oro slaps Grimm. Because Grimm is on the floor, on the ground, sniveling. He's like, oh my god, my wife. And Oro just takes the man and gives him a slap. And he's like, use logic. If she were dead, you'd also be fucking dead. Get yourself together. Get a grip. I mean, you would be dead if she was. With why is it happening? With the power of friendship, Oro gets it up, but he gets up the tide. Haha. That was my joke. And they fill these random pools, and then one of them starts glowing, and then Grimm yeets himself into this glowing pool, and tries to form a portal, but it doesn't work. Wah, wah. All of this for naught. But, at least we had some Groro scenes coming out of this whole mess.
It's fascinating. Honestly, I cannot imagine the reading experience for this. Because it feels like, even though things happen, nothing matters ever.
That's what I said. That's why I said when I was thinking of how to reduce this, it comes down to all or nothing. It comes down to, mentioning everything or being like, no, this, none of this matters. I found this strange little, middle point, but it's exhausting. Anyways... We go back to Isla and Lark and the evil man, who is obviously Cronin. And remember when I was like, wouldn't it be funny if Isla falls in love with Cronin because he looks just like Krim, and then we have a third? This does unfortunately not happen, but she does go and be like, oh, he looks so much like my husband. He has a super cool edgy crown on his head. And then one thing happened that made me want to throw my e-reader at the wall, which is Lark immediately gets shredded into ribbons. Haha. Fucking annoying. If I ever have to read this again, I will honestly, I don't know what I will do. I'll puke. I'll scream. It was pretty annoying that she gets killed because she just starts growing herself back together, which, ew. Again, very well described on how fucking nasty that was. And then, Cronin just attacks Isla, chokes her out, says, oh, you're my world key, and then she goes unconscious.
How does he know any of that, though?
I guess because he is an educated man, just like our king. And our average-sized king. King of Highburn. He's a little nerd. He knows. He is educated.
Okay.
But it makes sense of why Cronin would know this, and we're gonna get to this in a couple of slides. So Isla wakes up. She's immobilized on the floor in the center of a circular room with this big domed ceiling made of glass, and there's swirling galaxy, and they're tied together with a silver thread, and they kind of form the shape of a crown. And I laughed so hard when I saw this, because this was one of the last notes I made before going on my little reading hiatus over Christmas, was that she realized that Cronin is a void.
What
And then what we basically find out that no, he is not a void, but Cronin actually is fucking Galactus from Marvel. So Isla gets tortured by him, and then he kind of, because he explains everything to us a little bit, but he's like, okay, this is what would happen if you killed all of these men. They're also stupid and dumb. But he basically explains to her that he goes around and he finds these other worlds, and either he takes them for himself, or the resources and everything, or he makes them part of his little cabal of worlds. And he wants to get to a new universe with more worlds, but he can only get to that universe through Lightlark, and he can only get to Lightlark using Isla, and to do that he needs to use the stone, and since she has the stone and she has to die before, he can't use the stone because he was cursed by the stone, his idea is to just break Isla's mind so he can weaponize her, basically.
Okay, didn't the last book imply he left Lightlark on purpose because it sucked? Why does he want to go back?
Don't ask me. Well, I guess just to get to this next universe. Like, he doesn't want to go to Lightlark necessarily to build, like, a vacation home there.
Yeah, but then why did he go to Skyshade at all if it sucks over there?
I guess he just realized that he does need to get to Lightlark in order to access these other universes. I don't know. Galaxies.
Okay.
I was stumped over the fact that they even knew what planets were. When the first time I read the word planet in like a description, I think it happens even before she sees that, I was like, what? You people know what a planet is?
You do astronomy?
I'm confused. It makes sense that, like, some of the scholars kind of do some of this stuff, Galilei style, but it's so weird that, because this never gets mentioned before, and suddenly we have this word just thrown in there. So, yeah, that's just it.
Okay.
Okay. So, yeah. He tortures her with the powers, as I've already mentioned. And while she's there... Wait, some of my notes are not in order. Here. So, while she's laying there, and she's like, oh my god, like... What do we do? She realizes that, and this is again fucking heinous logic that is being applied here. She's like, okay, I love Grimm, and I also love Oro, and maybe this love I have for these two men is a curse. And my father's flair was curse breaking, and love right in this moment feels like a curse, because what if Cronin uses my love to do worse things than he already does? So she's like, okay, so I'm just gonna break that connection. I'm gonna break that curse that we have. And that's why the connection breaks, and that's why the boys are thinking that she's dead. Or like...
what?
I'm not there anymore. And she's like, I'm so sorry.
What?
What are you woeing me? This totally makes sense.
In a world where curses are very literal things, oh, my love feels like a curse, so I get... What? Mm-hmm. What's going on with Lark at the time? Is she around? Like, did she disappear?
We do not know where Lark is at this moment in time. We assume that she was also taken, but we do not know. This is... Okay. We do not concern... The lion does not concern itself with
the lark.
With the lark. Yes. At this moment, I was like, let's be real here. This whole thing to me sounds so stupid, because I went into this book thinking we were gonna get, like, high culture... Maybe even, God forbid, political intrigue where Isla has to somehow navigate this other Skyshade world. And maybe, she's like has to circumvent and like join a rebellion or whatever. And I was so sad, because I was like,
that did not
for
happen.
real? Like, we're going the Galactus route here. So that's why I had to take a little break. And that's why the video is still coming out on schedule. It's just...
I honestly...
Without buffer. This
feels like Crescent City on, like, mushrooms. It's
right? Oh my god, I did not say this, because I was like, I want to see whether you make that connection yourself. But I was like, this is just the Astari all over again.
Right? And I also don't understand it, because it implied very heavily that, like... I mean, the last book was like, no, Cronin and Lark and Horus, they all come from Skyshade. There's, like, a whole power hierarchy there already. But, like, this is just like, yeah, whatever, man. Anything could be true.
And I mean, remember, Grimm was actually... I think, was it in Nightbane? Grimm was up for taking Isla and dragging her through a portal to this other world, which we assumed after Skyshade was Skyshade, to save her life. What did he want? What was he planning on dragging her to?
And also, wasn't also the point that, in Skyshade all the dead people can live again for some reason, but Skyshade's just a desert. Skyshade's just nothing.
So honestly, I had to take a break from the stupidity, from the lack of logic. The little, like, Groro crumbs that were given to me were not enough at this point to really engage me into reading this. And I was like, how can this be... I mean, the previous books weren't good, right? But how can this be so completely convolutedly bad, right? And I was reading this while we were also preparing the year in review episode and talking about, hey, we were really hard on Powerless opposed to Lightlark, and I was like, in my head, I was like, yeah, you know what? If Crowntide was the first Lightlark, then wait, we could make some comparisons right here. But yeah, I was just so done for. Anyways, over the next chapter, so I kind of summed it up. Isla gets tortured a lot by Cronin, who hopes to break her spirit. Meanwhile, Grimm goes out and flies around Nightshade to go through the last steps of Isla. Basically, he tries to recreate Isla's journey from Skyshade, including talking to the Augur dude, who tells him all about Skyers and that Isla was searching for them and like carving them into her body, and that she was doing this with this feather, which Grimm finds. We have Oro training with the sword, aka the threads of time. We have Isla being tortured by being shown that she constantly kills Oro and Grimm. Oh, that's a bit too far. Okay. So a lot of things are happening. Yeah, and then Isla realizes that she can like at night she can visit them in their dreams. Like she can go and talk to them, and so she meets up with Oro in his dreams, and there's like lots of hugs and tears and like heartfelt conversations on that she's probably not doing well and that they're everything to get to her, right? Yeah, and then Isla and Grimm just fuck. So take from that what you want, but no points. So one time while Oro sits down and like trains with these threads, he actually manages to go back in time and meets and meets Horace, who very quickly puts the pieces together and is like, oh wait, this is you. It is I in future times. In future and Horace tells him there's a portal hidden on Lightlark that they can use, and that together with the basically he gives them like a shopping list on how to get Isla back again, including they need to know the name of the other world. They need to have the portaling ability. They need to have an immense amount of energy. They need a living thing from the other world. And they need Sunling, Wildling, and Nightshade power, because those were the powers to create Lightlark. And I guess that's the powers you need to check out of Lightlark. They have the name of the other world, Skyshade. They have the portaling ability, and all the other things are things they can, still get.
Okay.
So that being said, they start tackling their little grocery list of things. Oh my god, Grimm actually helped Oro get this information by using the threads with him. And the first thing is, these two dudes, they have one living brain cell, okay? They're like, okay, we need a living thing. Well, this ring, like the storms were kind of living, nah? It's like definitely a living thing. So they're like, and Isla conveniently lost this ring at the end of the last book. Remember, she just fell down when she was like flying on Wraith.
Wow.
So they go to Nightshade, and Oro sits on Lynx, Grimm sits on Wraith, and off they go to the battlefield to try and find this ring. Which they actually end up doing, and while they do end up finding the ring, Oro also has a vision of Cronin, which makes him realize, oh my god, if we can spy on Cronin, that means he definitely is able to see us too. But it never again is like a thing that they think about. Like, never at one point do they go, maybe we should be a little bit more covert with trying to get to Isla. They're like, still full blast. We tell every single person we meet about what we're trying to do. But yeah, they check off living thing from other world off their little grocery list. Because storms are living things now, apparently.
Definitely. I mean, sure. Yeah. That's, science says so.
Well, one of these times when Isla gets tortured, she sees her boys together, and she's like, oh my god, they're getting along, this is so great. So she remembers she has all the power, and she breaks through Cronin's hold on her mind, and she goes back to meeting the silver-haired woman at the special silver pool. The woman there tells her that this is actually the pool of possibilities.
That sounds like straight out of like statistics homework, the pool of possibilities.
It's like at the end of each statistics chapter, you have like the exercises you need to do, which is the pool of possibilities. And in, honestly, my opinion, a little fucked up bout of therapy, this woman makes Isla go through all like the alternative possibilities that her life could have gone and how happy she could have been if her parents hadn't died, for example.
What the fuck?
And basically, Isla goes through all of these possibilities, and she sees, oh my god, every other option some way down the line would have ended in even more people dying because she wasn't in a place she needed to be. That's why it's like in a therapy, I guess. And yeah, the woman tells her that Isla doesn't just absorb powers, but she also absorbs souls. And since in that explosion at the hospital or something when Isla killed them, she also sees her mom because she has a part of her soul, and they share a heartfelt little moment. And then Isla goes back to being tortured, but now with more resilience. Okay. Why is that here? I forgot the animation. Okay, so Grimm realizes that the maze is actually Cronin's Skyre, and puts that Skyre on his skin in the hopes of it helping, I guess. And Oro is tackling the task of immense energy. And do you remember there was this random starling kid in the previous book called Cinder?
No.
Who was just like super powerful. I was like, oh yeah, right, that kid existed. And I skipped a couple of scenes here, but in the end, the Guardian does agree. The Guardian of the Child does agree that they can use her for this immense energy, including a very funny scene where Grimm comes along and he takes the child for a ride in the sky. Because the Guardian is like, wait, aren't you like the guy who killed us all in the big fucking battle at the end of Nightbane?
And he's just like, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I gotta take a kid for a ride on a dragon. It's gonna be fine. But yeah, immense energy. Ding, ding, ding. Isla gets tortured again. She goes to the pool of possibility again. And she can talk to the people she killed, right? So she goes and talks to Celeste, so actually Aurora. And she tells her that, yeah, no, I can't really help you, but, by the way, back in the day, the rulers kind of bound their power to objects, like Aurora did with the little, feather thing, and Lark.
But the feather was Lark.
Yeah, the feather was Lark, but it's like it's possible. Okay. And Isla immediately is like, oh, I know what object Cronin bound his power to. And this time, for fuck's sake, thank God we do not get told what Isla is thinking in this moment, and we get to make our own mind on why this will happen. We also find out that Aurora had a pretty tragic but basic villain origin story, which is her parents died, and that just radicalized her to be, hold grudges and be wary of people and be like very possessive of friends and such, which is why she was so annoyed that her friends were betraying her for love for other people. It's a tragic villain origin story, but I'd say it's basic for things. Isla meets up with Oro in her stream again, and he tells her everything about their plan and what they need and what they've been doing, and that in order to open this portal, since they need all the power, he needs Isla to cooperate and use her wildling power from this other side in order to open the portal. And she's like, okay, I will, but
okay, but shouldn't stupid question, but shouldn't both Oro and Grimm also have wildling power because of the love power sharing thing?
That is a good question. They should right now, but they don't they can't anymore because she cut the connection. And because also she doesn't have access to her own powers right now.
Okay. I'll believe it. Sure.
Okay. It's like,
that doesn't sound right to me, but
it's like when a kid asks you something and you tell them what you know, and the kid's like, okay, I don't trust you with this. Yeah. But yeah, she's like, okay, I agree, I'll help. But I will only pull one of you through. I will have to make a choice. And, Aura's like, oof, oh, okay, it's that kind of choice? Holy fuck. Alright, yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. We'll know what your decision will be. And with that, they have also gotten this point down. So, while Isla is lying there, getting tortured, through a bridge, she again using Cronin's shadow powers as a bridge. She again is at the silver pool, and she sees Grimm and Oro in that silver pool, and she gets told. She sees them, and she gets told by this woman there, right? There's no way around this. You will have to murder one of them, even though they are both soulmates for you. This is at this point we are introducing the concept of actual soulmates, like souls belonging to each other, and the woman going, but your soul is split in two, and one part belongs to Grimm and one part belongs to Oro. And there she's like, okay, Isla, you have to use this little. Remember in the previous book when Isla, like, got this. So her mother's charm, like, flare was seeing the future.
Yeah.
And her mother kind of. That's why her mother knew she was going to die when Isla explodes. And that she like put the essence of that flare into a little pendant that Isla has on her arm, and all throughout this journey she manages to keep that pendant. They don't take that arm ring off her at the scavenger thing, and also Cronin doesn't take it off. And this silver-haired woman now is like, okay, Isla, use that fucking pendant, use the powers, put them into the pool so you can see the future of what will happen if you pick one of them. Isla, for her little heart, can't take it. She's like, no, I will not. I do not want to know, like, make a decision based on that, because what will the future even show me, right? So she fumbles, and while she's laying there, back on the floor, getting tortured by Cronin, she's like, I've made my decision. And then she breaks through Cronin's hold. She yeets the crown away from him, which, was the object that he put his power into. And then she opens a portal. And who comes through? Who comes through? Who could you possibly pick? Of course, it's Grimm.
For a second, Grimm. I was wondering if it was just gonna be like either the old king or Lark.
Well, I mean, Lark is already there.
Right? Who cares?
So, Isla portals Grimm to Skyshade. She destroys Cronin's crown. But before they can reconnect and, like, kiss and make out and fight all hell that has been breaking loose, right? Cronin just goes... I thought this was pretty funny. No, Cronin. He goes
pretty funny.
to Grimm, and then, my dear, everybody who has gathered here in this place, the funniest of funniest things that Cronin could do happens, and it's so conniving and so funny to me that this even happens. This changed the game for me, like, legit. This changed the game for me completely, and because what Cronin does is he turns Grimm, yearning Grimm, whose half of his POVs are, like, taken up by fawning over Isla and being so fucking annoying that I was close to getting a mental breakdown because I was like, this cannot be true. He turns him into just a dude by taking his memories of Isla, adding on to it, by the way, this is permanent. Like, he literally says, by the way, this is permanent.
That's so funny. What? Also, he can just do that? Grimm has no defenses for somebody else just, like, turning his mind to mush? Like...
I mean, I guess Grimm did this to Isla, right? But Isla's love was just too fucking hard. But Cronin just goes in and just deletes and he's not, when you're, like, trying to find a common characteristic or property for file names to delete a couple, and then you're like, I don't want to work on this regex anymore. I don't want to make this much more precise, and just push the delete button. He deletes every single memory that includes Isla.
That's really funny. I wish that happened to me. so also memories that include other people and Isla, they're also gone. That's so funny.
This was my moment. This was my time. From this point on, I was genuinely looking forward to every single Grimm POV because Grimm turns into the funniest person alive. Because he's... Because suddenly,
Wait.
Yeah, what
Wait, does this mean he doesn't even remember the centennial? Because
he doesn't remember shit. so,
oh my god, incredible.
So basically, did I include this in the next slide? So basically, Isla's like, oh my god, what is going on? She's crying. She's like, she's not having a good time. And Grim is like, I don't know who this person is. Like, genuinely, she's kind of pretty, but honestly, I don't know who she is. And then he like goes through his latest memories. He's like, I was working together with Oro. What were we doing? Are we pals again? What happens? My feelings are so conflicted on this. And then he's like, oh, he sent me here, I think, to retrieve someone. And he looks at Isla on the floor crying, and he's like, And then Cronin from the side is like, this is a temptress. She's trying to kill you and your court, your people. And Grim's like, right, Oro didn't send me here to get this woman. He sent me here to kill this woman.
I love that he just believes what Cronin says. He's like, yeah, this random dude, surely he's correct.
And then, he's like, I don't know what's going on. But yeah, again, he remembers his fun times with Oro. And Cronin on the side is like, telling him, hey, little guy, stay with me. And then that turns Grim into evil Grim. And Grim is like, okay, I guess I'm now on Cronin's side, because this is my ancestor. But funniest thing, Grim is also like, damn, my ancestor's kind of wacky. I don't know. He seems like a weird dude.
Why is this so
funny? He's like, it's like, okay, I guess I'll try to kill Isla. And then in the very last moment, when he shoots his shadow powers, because Isla still believes that, in some sort of way Grim will change his mind, like, powers them back, and then, I'm sorry. It's laugh. And then, the soldiers come, and actually, she takes her armor, she puts this into a little arm bangle on her hand, and then she gets taken away. What a day it was. Meanwhile, Oro, he's like, I wasn't chosen. He has his little sad moment, in the rain. He actually goes fucking Super Saiyan Oro, and lets his powers go loose, because all his life he was chaining his powers, and he was never like, he told Isla in the Lightlark book, it's not a good idea to wield your powers and hinge them on emotions. You have to actually control them. But now he's letting go of them. He nearly kills his friends in the process, but through the power of friendship, because Oro is not in a community lacking incel. He's actually just a normal member of the society. His friends manage to be like, Oro, chill. It's fine. It's good. It's all good. And then there's a hole in the ground opens up on the coast where the portal is, and creatures come out.
Of course.
Yes. So yeah, Isla managed to get away, right? And she is now again, weaponless. She's without money, without anything, without prospects. I'm already a burden to my parents. She's in the desert. And she walks and walks, and she sees a village, and she goes into that village. In the village, she finds a woman. The woman takes her in, and because of her big green orbs, the woman is like, you don't belong here, like, you're not from around. And then Isla just, the woman is like, yeah, people get dumped into this world all the time, so I know you're not from this world. And then Isla kind of tells this woman basically everything, whom she just met. But don't fret. The woman has 2 children, so she's a mom.
So we know
Moms
she's a
are
good
always,
person, yeah.
yeah. And she just tells her everything, and the woman tells her, yeah, we all fucking hate Cronin, and his cronies, but, like, everybody who ever tries to do anything against him dies, so we just don't do anything against him anymore. And then Isla doesn't want to endanger this woman, so in the night she sneaks out, she goes into a little, like, alleyway, and she gets the big sad, and she, like, tries to connect with Oro in her dreams, and he's like, oh, that sucks, like, where's Grimm, what's happening, big oof, I guess you picked the wrong guy, because, I mean, if she had picked Oro, and, like, Cronin had taken Oro's powers, at least Oro wouldn't go, oh, this is my ancestor, I guess this is right, but Oro would be like, this is, oh god, you know, this is evil Nightshade Man, and he would still have tried to fight. Anyways, that's just
yeah, but it's funny that it's, like, framed as a logistics problem. It's like, well, tactically speaking, it was a blunder, not like, oh yeah, this guy is the better person or the better choice.
No, that's just in my head. I was like, that's not in the text, but I was like, yeah, you know, if she'd taken Oro.
I mean, Grimm is always the worst choice, obviously.
Yeah. Any person that can still be Team Grimm after this book, and not because of what he does after he loses his memories, but everything before, out of their minds. Because he's just, in my opinion, like a fucking sociopath. But anyways, she talks to Oro in her dreams, finds out that their monsters are coming through the portal, and that the people at Lightlark are fighting, and she gets super sad about it. And then Grimm finds her, and she and Grimm fight, and she tells him of all the funny things that they did together, and he's like, haha, I don't believe you, and he knocks her out and takes her back to Cronin. In the meantime, Oro fights a big dragon, a big wingless dragon, actually. It's still flying through the sky. Don't ask me. His friend gets swallowed like Enya, and then he flies through the dragon to save her. And she's like, fucking dumbass, I know when I die. I would have told you if I was to die in that dragon. But none of this makes sense. It was a stupid scene. And instead we switch over to Cronin revealing his big plan to Grimm. Because from Cronin's perspective, right, he's like, okay, I gotta convince this guy now that I'm the winning ticket, and I gotta tell him what I want him to believe to be correct, right?
Yeah.
So basically he tells him, she's like, come on, join me and my galactic little empire, basically reiterating what we already knew about the universe and the planets, and that the people that are walking around in Cronin's castle belong to his, that he needs, like, the key to get to the other universe, and, you know, in the other universe there's Lightlark, and the people belonging there, from the planets that he didn't just annihilate, are his astral council, which are the people that they will dine with in the next couple of chapters every once in a while. And basically he asks Grimm whether Grimm wants to join this astral council as, you know, the Lightlark man, I guess. He doesn't really tell him what kind of position he will have, but he basically tells us what we already knew, that he needs this key to get to the new universe, and that this key is on Lightlark, so, you know, the threads of time, which we assume it is, and that he needs the stone and everything. And then Grimm, in his memoryless wisdom, is like, okay, should I make friends with this dude? I don't really trust him. I think that's a bit of an unhinged plan. I don't really care. I just want to keep the people on Nightshade safe. And then, you know what Grimm still has in his fucking pocket after, you know, they Oro talked to Horus, because Oro was like, here, I don't want this anymore. It makes me a horrible person. Grimm is like, you know what? Here. Just just take the
That's
threads
so
of time.
funny.
I mean, Grimm doesn't remember that the king said, don't give it to Cronin. Like, the last thing that Cronin should have are these threads. So he's like, there you go. And Cronin's like, oh my fucking god. This is a treasure trove. All we need now is the fucking
oh
stone.
wow, I'm glad I took this guy's memories. Like, this is so fun.
Yeah. Yeah. So now in Cronin, Cronin crosses off his own little grocery list of to getting to the other universe, which is he needs his sword, he needs the stone, which he's halfway there, right? He just needs to break the Isla spirit. He needs someone with all the powers, he needs the threads of time, and he just needs to find the pool of possibilities, so he can, I think, find the key. Needs to see where the things are. Don't ask me why. It's not really established to us why he needs the pool in the beginning, at least. We just know that he tells Grimm that these are the things he needs. All right, so let me see in my notes. I just talked a lot. Cronin, yeah. Okay. So Cronin has somebody fetch Isla, and he offers her to join them. He tells her, all these things will turn out and happen, and to show her, to make her really believe that she's not just seeing stuff. Yeah, he's not just giving her hallucinations. He takes the future seeing charm from her bracelet, because she's like, no, I don't want to, and then shows her what we again already know, which is that she'll either stab Grimm or Oro. And she's like, fuck it, I should have used this fucking stupid future charm to to see into the future before I picked Grimm, right? To see what happens. And then he's like, all you have to give to me is a bone to submit to me, and then you'll be part of my little astral council. And in a true matter of 365 days, he gives her 3 weeks. And he's like, if at the end of these 3 weeks you genuinely still don't love me, baby, I guess I'll have to kill you. But she does get those 3 weeks to decide.
I love that he waited until after torturing her for weeks or whatever to make this offer.
It's so funny, is it not? I guess because...
Incredible.
I guess because things in his head are rearranging, and he's like, okay, instead of trying to force her to give me the stone, I'm gonna try and woo her into joining me.
He's so funny. I love this guy.
Cronin is so fucking fun. So Isla is sad in a little cell, and whenever she's in her cell, we also find out that Lark is just there. Sort of disintegrating. She's not doing so well, but I mean, Lark is invincible, so it's she's also kind of slowly healing herself by looking worse off. And when Isla's sitting there in her mind, she thinks of Oro, who's like, go on, find your fire. And she's like, oh my god, I wish Oro was here. I love him so much. I hope we can stay friends. And I'm like,
oh,
listen.
Team Oro is suffering loss after loss in this book.
And then we have a montage where she gets prettied up for a fancy dinner party, looking pretty damn temptress. What? She has a
for
dress.
a second I thought this was gonna be a new character.
No, this is Isla. So she's dressed up and all pretty and hot, and it's showing off a lot of her skin, and she gets taken to the dinner room, and imagine all of these chairs have people on them. I was just too lazy to draw them.
Yeah.
There's Cronin and Grimm. And the people sitting there are the Astral Council. They all look very exotic in their clothing. They all like stuff she hasn't seen before, or where she's like, oh my god, this is just not some like a way that people dress that I know of in my world. And remember when we during the fantasy tropes tier list video we're talking about the Dark Lord and how I think it was you who said that you want people to also commit to a certain aesthetic with a Dark Lord. Aster does. Like Cronan's living room is fucking decked out in Dark Lord aesthetic. There's bones everywhere, but like tasteful bones, okay? Everything is black. There's a chandelier. The table, like the cutlery and everything is made out of bones and carved stuff. And I was like, you know what? Cronin Slay. The more I find out about you, the more I'm just happy to know you as a character. He has that Dark Lord decor.
Yeah, Cronin is bringing it all. He's funny. he does the funniest things you could have ever imagined. His plans even work. Like, come on.
His plans even work. And he shows her off, he's like, oh my god, girly, slay. And then she tries to throw a fork. Oh yeah, super emo decor. She tries to throw a fork, not a knife. What inaccuracies in my sketches. He just, puts his head to the side. He doesn't get hit with it. And he's like, well, now that you're at it, actually this whole thing is like... so stupid, is actually a huge humiliation ritual for somebody else. Basically, like one of the astral council people tried to poison him, and then Cronin shows off what a bad guy he is by feeding the poison to one of the servants, who immediately dies. And then in such a weird way, he's like, but I'm a benevolent man. I grant second chances. I believe in second chances. So he opens up, I think it's like 30 or something portals that are very close to each other. And he's like, if you make it through every single portal, then you get to live. And the guy goes through the first portal, comes out seconds later, decked out in completely different clothes. Because in each world, Cronin planted one of his knights, and the guy has to find and kill the knight. And then after the third portal, the dude falls down and dies of his wounds. And Cronin goes, ha! You only lasted 3 lifetimes. Pathetic. So we know that Cronin is also like an evil dude,
Wait, but also... Oh, I'm a benevolent ruler. Also, you have to kill one of my knights in all of these worlds, which means the knights don't benefit from the benevolence at all.
Well, wait, why did I start like this? She feeds Cronin some lies, and lets Grimm have some horny memories of hers. And in between, there's lots of Grimm questioning everything that happens. And Grimm has a cut that doesn't heal, and he's like, why is that happening? We know as a reader that it's the Skyer, but he's just confused on what's happening there. In this whole, like, convoluted thing that's happening there, Isla's like, oh, baby boy, I can heal you. And he's like, why are you helping me heal me? She's like, oh, because I love you. And he's like, yeah, that's fucking stupid, but thanks for helping me, I guess. A subplot that happens while all of this is going on is that Lark wants her feather back, and Isla knows that Grimm has a feather. Don't tell me why. She finds out at some point. And in order to help Grim heal. He gives Lark the feather, and so Lark gives Isla some of her blood, and then she has healing powers. It was dumb, and it just led to this moment, which I love, where he was like, "Yeah, that's fucking stupid, baby." But it did end up in also one funny quote of Grim going, "Huh, you know." All of these things and like the Isla fascinating him, and he's like, well, all of this would have relied on the assumption that he, that's so Grim, wanted anything to do with his ancestors' plan to destroy the world. He was still ironing out his own, but he was starting to think she didn't fit into them at all. So he's like, he doesn't know what to do with Isla, and what happens there. During the dinner scene, while Isla is throwing the knife, the fork, Grim looks at his plate and there's fruits he didn't recognize. He didn't really care about the food, but he pretended to study them, if only to keep from speaking to his ancestor. So he's shy. He's looking at his food. He doesn't want to.
That's so funny. What the fuck?
During the scene where she helps him heal, she's like, "Oh, when we first met, you planned to kill me," and it's like Grim didn't react. It didn't surprise him. He was planning on killing her now.
Honestly, this could be a real comedy fanfic, but unfortunately it's real.
And she also tells him while she's sitting there, speaking about their past and everything. She's like, "You once killed everyone in a room because one touched me." And then his eyes dip to hers before focusing on the wall again. "Sounds dramatic," he said flatly.
This is so good.
She's like, "Oh, we hurt each other and then you heal me. It's always like this." And he frowns and he says, "You say that if it is just that if it isn't just the second time." And she just laughs. "Oh, it happened hundreds of times." So this is just a small insight into his POV. It's so fucking funny.
I was supposed to say.
If you were to ever read this book, just start at half of the book. Don't read anything that happens before. Just read Oro at Grimm's POV after he gets his memories taken, because it's the funniest thing ever.
I think the incredible part about that is that, like, we did get insight into how they met and all, and there he was already kind of obsessed with her pretty quickly.
Yeah,
so
right,
it's like,
right?
Was he just, like... Was he having a dry spell at that time? So that's why he felt so intensely so quickly? What was happening?
I don't know. But yeah, it's just a bit stupid.
But it is also incredible. It needs to be remarked. This is really funny.
But yeah, Isla is pretty sad about this, and she realizes she won't make it in time to convince Grimm that they were in love, and she's like, my hurt has a limit too. I can't take more of this. So during the next dinner party, Cronin brings in like these townspeople. One of them, among them, is the woman that she met there. And he's like making a spectacle out of killing them, and then Isla's like, "Wait, this one I will kill," and she goes up and she slits Yesel's, the woman's name, she slits her throat and kills her. And now, you might be like, oh, you might, as a reader, you might be starting to make your own thoughts about this. But we immediately have Grimm pop in to tell us. He's like, oh, "I don't think she's heartless. I think she's doing this so she can resurrect this woman later." It's like, thanks, Grimm. You don't get to think for yourself at all in this book.
Okay, but did I miss some lore? Why does it matter who kills this woman if there are resurrection powers in play?
Oh, the resurrection powers play on the fact that Isla would resurrect them. Because her flare is absorbing powers from people she kills, right? So she was
and
always
the
like,
souls. Okay, yeah, I forgot.
So
Sorry.
she has to kind of do it, you know. But yeah, fucking stupid. That's not what I wanted to click. So back in the cell, Isla tries to convince Lark to tell her where the star stick is, and Larker's like, hey, well, you already gave me my feather. You don't have any like any power on me anymore. I will not tell you where the star stick is. I will not help you. And then Isla tells this to Oro again in the dream world thing, and he tells her, do not give up. And then, oh, I didn't want to. He tells her to, oh no, don't give up yet. And they again exchange some like heartfelt, nice, pleasant conversation that again makes you think, why, in which world would she ever choose Grimm, and not this man who's just able to have normal conversations with her. We have another dinner scene, in which we find out like a little bit about the logistics behind why Cronin does the things he does. And he's like, oh, it's just so much easier to bind people of whole planets to me, because if they piss me off, I can just kill one leader of a planet. And then, I end up killing the whole planet, and I can just sweep in and get the planet's resources, which make Isla realize that there's no need for like them for him to go to Lightlark to cause mayhem, because he can just kill Isla, right? To like create lots of dumb stuff.
Yeah.
And then he's like, yeah, I borrowed this specific little thing from Horus's family, because of their curse, because they weren't apparently always that squeaky clean. And he liked that curse that Horus had, and we never find out what he means by that. I guess this is something that will come up in the last book, but apparently Horus did some nasty stuff in his life that we'll find out at some point. So yeah, I thought that was an interesting little tidbit to remember for next year.
For next book, yeah.
Grimm and Isla have another one of those we hurt each other and heal each other conversations. Grimm is still confused. And then on the other side of the world, Oro is already flying to Nightshade, because the last time he did this to save Isla, it took days to fly.
Yeah.
To Nightshade. Oh, it took days to fly Nightshade, so he's like, okay, I'm just gonna do this now in the hopes that Isla will find out where the star stick is. And then, in one of my other glorious quotes that I found, there is suddenly a voice echoing in his mind that goes, Oro, King of Lightlark, you have been chosen by the pool. And Oro blinks. He's like, the pool? And suddenly the silver-haired woman like materializes in front of him, and she's like, the pool of possibilities. So she takes him away to the pool, and also lets him go on his own little bouts of therapy, and ask questions to the pool, over and over and over again. And basically he is like in the end of Arcane, it's like, in all the timelines, in all the possibilities, only you, as if he gets to meet Isla, he will fall in love with her. There is no other reality, except for once where he dies or she dies before they can even meet. He also asks some other questions, but the core is just, love is like transcendent of these decisions. It will always happen. But also, the prophecy will always have to happen. Yeah. And then he flies to Nightshade. So Isla still tries to get that fucking Starstick information out of Lark. And then she's like, oh wait, since my dad is Nightshade, he has mind-reading powers, and I also have these mind-reading powers. So she waits until she can see that there's a storm flying around outside the window, and when she can feel her powers a little bit, and Lark is sleeping, and then she just uses her mind-reading powers to get the information out of Lark. And then she goes to her little dreamscape and tells Oro where it is. And then, like like the little, worm he is, he goes off to Nightshade and starts digging, because Lark buried that star stick underneath kilometers in the ground on Nightshade Island. Yay!
Sure, why not?
Now, I have forgotten a very important scene, and I know this might seem like I forgot to say previously that at some point they start making out. I thought I had the slide in. It's the next slide basically. So maybe let's first go there. So before we get back to the other slide. So Isla is like, again, shows off all of her powers, all cool and like evil, in one of the scenes in the dinner room. I think again because a storm flew by. I don't remember why she suddenly was able to use her powers. I really don't. But she like has a burst of energy. She like nearly kills the whole Astral Council. And Grimm is like, oh my god, that's kind of hot. And then they make out afterwards. And then it gets kind of PG-18 in the hallway. And I salute this woman. He comes in his pants. This is also where... this is also where the whole he's a whimperer thing came from. Because he's like, it's his POV. He's like, oh my god, I'm fucking whimpering. This is so embarrassing.
This is really funny. This is like...
And while I was going through these slides, I was like, wait, I'm forgetting something. Like, there's a scene I thought was hilariously funny, but I didn't add it. Why did I not add this? So, before Oro goes to dig into the ground, because remember how I kind of combined scenes here to not make it like super long and convoluted. Before he goes digging in the ground, he is like overcome with pain in his mind. He's like seeing things. He has like the biggest, fattest migraine ever, and suddenly, and he has a vision where he's like seeing from his perspective, like he's seeing out of Isla's eyes, basically, and he's like, oh my god, there's blood on the wall. She was just attacked before they go and make out against the wall. And he's like, oh my god, Isla's turning around, and there's Grimm. Oh, thank god. The words are, he's almost relieved at seeing Grimm, because it's like, oh, thank god, hopefully he was able to help Isla. And then... because it's Isla's perspective, he sees Grimm going in for the kiss. And then, because this is not heterosexual behavior, like, Oro basically, like, jerks out of this vision he's getting, and, like, has flames in his hands, and then he has weird feelings about that. The weird feelings are not of the sexual kind. He's like angry, ashamed, jealous, but it's like, it's so
I want to believe, insane. Okay.
I also was like, we know what kind of feelings you were having. We know what you were feeling in that moment.
Oro, it's okay.
That was,
your secret is safe with us.
When I was like, I remember this scene, and when I went through it as in like a little exercise, I didn't even talk about it. Where did it go? So I had to add this post-slide finish date so that it was totally in here.
I'm so glad
so
it's in there.
It's so funny. So again, yeah, they make out after she was just assaulted by some knights. He comes in his pants. And then, because he is so overtaken by his desire to make out with Isla, and he feels so filthy, that he goes back to Cronin and asks him if Cronin can please show him several times how he gets stabbed by Isla, so that he's like, you know, that he's not, that he's not, feeling, these feelings anymore. Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah, the I just found the quote. It was like Grimm had just been inches away, about to kiss her. It was so funny. Yeah.
He has to protect his chastity. Cronin, help him.
But yeah, that's what happens there. And then we go back to Oro's POV. He is still digging, and he's like, "Oh fuck, this is so annoying." But while Isla has her little power surge moment, he also has his little power surge moment because he can access her wildling powers, and then he just digs a tunnel straight down, and then goes there and finds the star stick. Yay!
Yay!
In their dreams, they talk again, and again, he tells her some pretty nice things. He says, for example, where he's like, where she's like, "Oh, I feel like this was all circumstance of Grimm and me, like, being in love, blah, blah," and he's like, "No, you are not someone to be loved by circumstance, you are loved on purpose," and it's like,
aww.
That's such a nice thing to say. And again, how
but
can
also,
one not...
Didn't he get shown that he doesn't actually have a choice because it happens to him in every universe?
But still! No, you are correct. But to me, I was like, oh, that's such a nice thing to say. Except for saying, my wife. He's just this caveman wife meme all the time. But, yeah. What do we have here? Yeah. During another dinner, this time Lark gets invited to come. And she and Cronin have a duel, and then she gets turned into dust. Like, he pulverizes her. And says, well, she's truly invincible. And while that happens, Oro goes to Azul for help, because he's like, okay, plans kind of all fucking went horribly wrong. And then Azul is like, yeah, I gotta tell you something. So when I would talk to my husband, he was like, there's different interpretations on how the historians interpret Crowntide. Crowntide can also be a person. And the prophecy could also be you. Ha! So
what?
Oro's like, wait, what? What do you mean? I could also be what? But since the prophecy mentions, like, a ruler and a decision and somebody split in two, they're like, well, you're also kind of split in two between love and duty, and it just leaves Oro very confused. But basically it ends up in that the option now is not will Oro or Grimm die, but Isla gets added to the mix. Don't ask me. I guess it's not.
I vote for
Isla
dying. I think that'd be funny.
It's not. I think it's not like from Oro or Grimm or Isla I have to kill. It's more like, do I have to kill Isla out of duty, or do I not kill her out of love?
Sure.
That kind of thing. Grimm is just in there because they don't know if this applies to Isla, where it's like, who do I kill, Grimm or Oro? So a couple of like unimportant things happen in between, and then Grimm runs to Isla and tells her that Cronin plans on attacking early, and that he will break her out of the prison if it means that Isla will never look back. And she's like, because he's like, I have a I remember a world to live for, a life to live for. No, not really, but a world to live for. And this little not a life to live for makes Isla go, no, baby, I can't do this. I have to I have to fight for our love, you know? And then Cronin comes along and crashes that little party. And he's like, no, nobody's breaking out today. And while that happens, Oro is sitting at the beach, watching the sunset, contemplating life and whether he would be strong enough to kill Isla. Enya comes along, joins him, and he asks her, he's like, would you be strong enough to kill me or save the world? And she's like, well, I would always doom the world, but the fact is this is a dumbass question because I would never have to do that because I'm not king. You are king. Okay. So Isla and Grimm get taken to the main hall again, and there a fight breaks out with Cronin's soldiers. We're like, it's not just 3. I just didn't want to draw more. And they come along, and while Isla fights against them, she, Scooby-Doo style, takes the helmet off, and underneath is another Cronin? What's going on? Oh. And Cronin's like, oh, well, yeah, all of these are me. They're just lesser versions of me. What? We do not find out where he's been getting lesser versions of himself, or if he's breeding them in a lab or something. But yeah, every single of these super cool Shadow Knife Knights is actually Cronin.
He's been getting them on Temu, of course.
Yeah, he's just ordering dollar store versions of himself on the internet. But yeah, Isla's like, oh, that's kind of fucked up. But then she remembers she can use her powers while he tortures her, because he tortures her again, because they lose the fight against the lesser Cronins. And then she's like, oh, and I found his weakness, because she's kind of reverse spying on him. And she doesn't tell us what her secret is. She was like, fine, keep your secrets. Which is this really annoying thing that Aster does. Because, okay, yes, a little suspense, a little prepared plot twist that will hopefully come to us in the end. But it is grating regardless. Because she's not like, and then I scoured his mind trying to find something. But she's actively telling us, oh, and I found something. But for convenience and suspension's sake, I will not tell you now. Which I find is actually annoying. But that's just a me thing. I feel like if she wouldn't tell us whether or not she found something, that would add to the suspense. Instead of being like, oh, I did find something, I'm just not gonna tell you right now. Anyways. Oh. I forgot to animate that quote on there. She basically gets told by Cronin that she and Grimm will have to fight to the death, they'll have to duel. And the winner's realm, winner's realm, will be saved, which made me go, aren't they in the same realm? They both come from Lightlark. This is what I mean with Aster not using the correct words for stuff, because they're both from the same fucking realm. He means kingdoms. The kingdom of Nightshade, the kingdom of whatever. Anyways, after they're like, oh, we have to fight to the death, they actually go off to the bedroom and have a spicy scene of things that they're doing, and they fuck basically the whole night, and then afterwards Isla gets taken to the prison again, and she steals the feather from a sleepy lark, and she's like, oh, I'm gonna get to work. And I was like, okay, again, keep your fucking secrets and don't tell us what you're doing, slay queen.
It's very alien of her to be like, oh,
right.
I
But
know
with
what I'm
Aelin, at
doing,
least,
but you don't.
but with Aelin, at least, it was like she just whipped these out of nowhere, and then you got told that Aelin did something. Like, it's the other extreme.
That's true.
Right? The middle ground would be we get told something is like something is afoot, but we don't get told the result of it. And then what Aster does is she makes the character tell us that something happened, but you get the details later. And what Sarah J. Maas did with Aelin was like, she doesn't even tell us that something was afoot. She just tells us afterwards that Aelin did something. And you're like, oh, okay. Isla and Grimm are then confronted again during a dinner, and she runs away, which makes Grimm destroy a plate with his fork and makes him go, well, Isla doesn't make smart decisions, so this is on brand for her. While this is happening, Oro again gets some session at the pool of possibilities. And this absolutely broke my mind when this happens. So while he is there, in this pool, he gets told about like a special sword, a special blade that is longer than a dagger, but shorter than a normal sword. And while I was like, what? Well, that gives me no fucking clue how long this sword is. I was also thinking about the fact that Alex Astor's new book coming out, I think, in February, is that the Starside one.
Yeah.
Is about swords.
She's practicing.
What do you mean? What do you mean you're describing? No, I was like, what do you mean you're describing? You do not know vocabulary around swords. Is this a short sword then, I guess?
Yeah, that's
right?
I would have assumed that. Maybe it's like a toy sword for babies? I don't know.
Like, okay, it's not a dagger. Fine. Is it a short sword? Is it a, what do you mean is a normal regular sword? Do you mean the swords that are twice as high as the lesser Cronins? Is a regular sword for you, a long sword? Or just... I was baffled. I was gagged by the fact that this woman has written a book about swords.
Yeah, and that's how she describes
this is the way she's describing a sword. But anyways, that sword is hidden in a little pocket of time. And it can kill anyone and anything, which also made me chuckle, because it's like, what do you mean kill anything? Like,
well, we have learned that storms are alive in this world, so I guess
true.
That's what that means.
Maybe the sword could kill the pool or something. I don't know, but that made me chuckle a little bit. I was like, okay, Queen, go off. We are again in the Forgotten Forest, which Isla portals to, because she's like, well, the Forgotten Forest. Like, someone has to be invited to get there, which we also just find out. And we're like, and in that moment as a reader, we're like, oh, which means she's safe. Now, she immediately touches her stupid fucking necklace to call Grimm. Invites him to the forest.
Oh my god, why is she so stupid?
And then they again go through memory lane, and she's like, taking him through every single fucking happy moment that happened, and all the ups and downs, and all the intense informations. And then she's looking at his eyes, and she's like, oh my god, the way they're quivering. He actually remembers. They managed to break Cronin's permanent, memory loss spell. And he's like, this is also confusing. And he looks at her and is like, well, I just don't care, actually. Even though he remembers everything, he's like, nah.
I'm not really
there's
interested.
no... Yeah. So she's like, what? And he's like, hey. And then Cronin arrives there, too. And he, basically, is like, you have two choices. Either, you're gonna tell me where the fucking pool of possibilities is, or I'm gonna control you, I'm gonna make you kill, your husband. To which she is like, fine, you know what? I'm gonna take you to the fucking pool, okay? So she takes him to the pool, and Cronin takes his crown off and chucks it. Oh, first of all, this is out of Grimm's perspective. And in Grimm's perspective, you find out actually he didn't remember. I guess he just, like, it was Isla's perception of him. She thought he would remember, but he was just confused by all the memories and was just like, yeah, I don't care.
That's so funny.
But he was like, oh, but she really seemed to be hurt by all of this. That's so sad. Anyways, Cronin takes his crown and chucks it into this pool, and then the pool turns like midnight. I tried to make this a dark blue, but I think it just looks black. And then he himself hops into the pool and like powers himself up. I don't know. He gets stronger. And then he puts his crown on his head again. And yeah, he gets all super powerful. He grabs Isla by the neck. She looks at Grimm and she goes, "I love you!" And then she just gets killed by him. Cool. Like he breaks her neck.
That's really funny.
That's a shocking turn of events. This book is a real comedy. And we get hit with the hours before. So, back in the cell, you know, when Isla was getting to work, a lark was actually awake. And Isla was like, "Listen here, bitch. Like, we only have one chance of this turning out all right, and you have to trust me. I will take your power to be invincible, so you have to agree with me to let me kill you, and I swear, pinky promise, I will resurrect you." Okay. And then Lark is like, okay, lets herself get killed, and then I was like, actually, Isla, this was a slay moment. Isla's like, "Good fucking riddance, bitch." she just looks at that Lark. She's like, yeah, as if. But anyways, now we know that Isla has Lark's invincibility powers. So of course she did not get her neck broken.
Well, she did, but it's not.
Yeah, but she didn't die. So while Grimm is all sad that Isla is lying there, and presumed death, she comes back and she shoots a a beam of silver energy from her forehead. And at this point, I remembered that at the very beginning of the book, when they see her for the first time in their dreams, where she was emaciated and like really sick, and Oro gave her a hug, and Grimm's first thought was to fuck her, she had like a little scar on her forehead, so it was like, oh, maybe that scar, I don't know, that's where his power always went into her mind, so I was like, maybe she was like, you know, for the vibes, she's gonna shoot him with a beam from there. And then there's like this epic fight between her and Cronin, and she's like, "You're not taking my world, you're not taking my husband," and she puts him into a cage out of vines and like wildling power, and then basically she powers the pool with all her magic, and basically she charges up. She's like, she charges up. But while she's charging, Cronin breaks out of the cage and like shoots his powers at her. And in the very last moment, somebody goes in and like breaks that thing. And who is it? It is our dearest and darling's Aurora, I guess. Ooh. She comes out of nowhere. I do not know where she comes from or how she does it. But she's like, "I got you, girl." And then Isla just has time to go to the pool and kind of like see the people that she's trying to resurrect. But Cronin manages to overpower. Like he just flicks her away. I do not even know why Aurora was there. Maybe as a sort of fan service. You know, like she tried, whatever. Moment. And he is pushing Isla underneath the surface of the water, and Isla's like, oh fuck, I'm gonna be here forever. I'm gonna be like, she again constantly dies and drowns, and she sees all these people, and she's like, oh, I disappointed all of you. And he's like, give me the Sunling King. And she's confused. She's like, what does he need Oro for? What has this man seen while he was in the pool, putting his crown in there and stuff? And while she's underwater, she's thinking a lot about her motivations to do things and how she just loves all these people. And then in a huge kumbaya moment, the stone powers up. And she sees the heart, this blade, because now we're like, oh, now we get told what the when she earlier said she sees his weakness. The weakness she saw in his mind was this blade, which we as a reader obviously assume is the same blade that Oro is seeing. And this blade is not just any blade. This blade is the heart blade. This is his weakness because it can't kill him. And she's like, oh my god, this heart blade is actually stuck here in this pool. She sees it there in the pool. And then with her ultimate power, she and all the other little Islas, ages ranging from 8 to 12, 16, and 20, which I assumed she was 20. I don't know why there's another, very close to her aged Isla there. But anyways, they're all standing there and they'll tell him to die, bitch. And then he doesn't die, right? But they kind of overpower him, basically. And they do take his power. And he's kind of, pushed down. Meanwhile, Oro gets pool time again, like a little toddler. And this time, he gets special pool time. He gets future pool time, which makes him see, all, it's like Doctor Strange, I really feel like Alex Astor rewatched the Marvel movies and saw Endgame and was like, okay, you know what, I'm gonna put all this stuff in here. Because he's like, oh my god, there's one decision, one death. Da da da, and he's just in his best Kylo Ren Ben Solo moment. He's like, I don't know if I have the strength to do it. That's all we find out about what he sees there in the pool of possibilities. And then Alex Astor constantly keeps fucking with me by the way she's writing these sentences, because while Grimm is standing there and he sees the beautiful Isla, she has Cronan's crown on her head, she has the sword, she has his armor, her eyes are glowing, she looks magnificent, and he looks at her and she's like, oh, join me. Cronan is quivering at her feet. He's kneeling there. She's like, oh, join me. We will kill him. We can kill him. Together with your portaling powers, we can do it. She, fucking stupid asshole, she reveals the whole plan to him by going, there's this sword, it's hidden here in the pool, in a different time. We don't even know if Cronan can hear this, right? She tells Grimm everything and is like, listen, come on, join me, it's hidden here. And Grimm is like, oh my god, she has the threads of time and the crown and everything, because, Cronan has those threads. And he thinks about all of these things, and then Alex Astor writes, he remembered... Why is the B missing? He remembered, all of these things that happened with her. So I was like, wait, so did he remember? And then in the next sentence, he's like, oh, his soul knew her even if he didn't. So I was like, okay, so you don't remember. So you remember the things she showed to you, and the way you fucked in Cronan's castle, right? But you don't Like you don't remember. I feel like she should use these words more carefully, because I was like, wait, so
what does it mean?
Does he remember? Yeah, but he doesn't. He does not remember what happened. Ah, that's where the bee went. Yeah, so he did not remember what happened here. And yeah, he steps close to her, and he's like, "Oh my God, what do I do? What do I do? What can I do?" You know, he's all over. He really struggles. He takes her hands, and then he portals the crown away. He's like, "Be gone," thought, to the crown. I guess the animation went the wrong way. It was supposed to disappear. And then he kicks Cronin out of the pool, so he's not in the pool anymore. And he goes like, "I can't do this," you know, like, I'm choosing Cronin, and she's like, "No, are you fucking serious, my boy?" And then before like he can kill her or anything, he feels a hook through his chest, and he says, "No, not again." Meanwhile, I'm like, what do you mean you feel a hook through your chest? I don't know what is happening right now. This has never been mentioned. What? And then she portals away, because she has business to do. But yeah, we're basically leaving Grimm and Cronin there, and then we follow Isla, and then, oh, I forgot to animate this slide. Okay, so did I really? Yeah. Oh, that's a shame. So Oro is fighting monsters. He's there, and suddenly there's like midnight colored water coming out of this tide pool, and people start to crawl out of the tide pool, including a little baby child, which Cleo is like, "Oh my God, my son," and she runs to him and she hugs him, and honestly, I was happy for them. I was like, Cleo went in with one intention, and she actually managed to like achieve that, right? And then Isla comes shooting out of that with all her power and her glowing eyes and her armor and her sword, and she looks fucking majestic doing it. And then he's like, "Wait, where's Grimm?" And she's like, "Well, you know, he kind of chose Cronin." And he's like, "Oh my God, that's so fucking sad." Yeah, I saw the future. She's like, "You saw the future?" She's like confused. She's like, "What's going on here?" But she also takes a step back, because she's like, he kind of hesitated telling her that. So she's like, "Oh no. Is he gonna kill me? Like, am I on the chopping block right now?" And before they can like get on with that, they're turning around, and the sky is suddenly opening up. You know, there's like portals everywhere, creatures coming out everywhere. And then Isla standing there, and she's like, "Oh my God, you know, one of us, Grimm, Oro, or me, one of us will wield the Heartblade, and one of us will kill the other person. And you know, like, Cronin will also be able to fight us, or like, this will be our able way to defeat Cronin, unless he found that dagger." And while I was, you know, there's like some more exposition on the scene and everything, and while I was still sitting there and being like, "Unless he found that dagger," and I was like, what do you mean dagger? I thought it's bigger than a dagger. I was
about to say, I thought it was explicitly not a dagger.
It was not perhaps the size of a dagger. It was explicitly said it was bigger. I get hit with this. So this is the end. This is the end of the book.
Okay, that... how long... That's insane.
Yeah. That's it. That's the end. So, yeah. I don't know how we are proceeding from now on, except for that it's fucking stupid.
Okay, that...
So,
Damn. Okay. That's well.
Right?
What the fuck?
Like,
What?
so, what are your thoughts? What are your feelings?
My thoughts are that I'm fucking confused. As I think my what was that?
What was it? Yeah, the ending is very, unhinged.
The fuck was that? I don't. But it. Hello.
So, after I was done reading, I was honestly a little bit what we say, I was a bit disappointed almost, because I was like, that's why I mentioned this at the very beginning of this video. I love the fact that she does these cliffhangers. I think they're insanely fun. But what the fuck was this? Like, she could have cut a couple pages before. She could have cut a couple pages after. Not here.
Shouldn't the cut have been immediately after, and the sky filled with portals and things were coming through? And that should be the cut. That's the epic end note. That's when you're like, wait for the release next year of.
What do you think? What do you think would be the name?
I don't know. For a second I was like, is it the stone? But the stone's just called Infinite, so the stone's not doing shit. And Crowntide is the name of the war, but Crowntide is already the name of this book. So
I'm throwing my head into the ring by saying the next book is called Heartblade.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes. I already forgot again because I was like, what even happened?
We'll have to see if this actually happens. But I thought the amount of times the word Heartblade was mentioned, in the last couple of pages was insane.
It's possible. I think the crazy part is that I just. Why was this so convoluted?
Right. Thank you so much for that assessment. Because if you break it down, because I was like, okay, maybe I can do it like with Crescent City, where I like, combine different time scenes and just, not have all this jumping around. And I was like, what will I even sum up? Will I say, by the way, for the second half of the book, she gets tortured all the time and these things happen on the side? Like,
right? What? Especially, what is the point of the whole galactic council and he's trying to go into a new universe?
Yeah.
Why is he not just like, okay, yeah, I left Lightlark, but actually I still have business there and I plan to use it for something? What? Why isn't... I don't know why we aren't dealing with the whole, like, last book, we specifically set out to go like, yeah, there's evil gods in that other world that need defeating, and Cronin, Lark, and Horace got together as besties to make a better world, a new world.
Yeah.
The fuck?
It feels so... Is that the right word? Insular? No, it feels isolated almost. It's not like we are going into... It's the other way around, right? Lightlark to us feels like this heavily populated, lore-heavy world, and we should be going into an even more expansive world, but we're doing the opposite. We're doing what Cronin and Lark and Horace did, which is going into this smaller, more secluded world that has like no extra content for us to actually like enjoy. And, and the
weird thing is like why is Cronon's motivation to go out and subjugate other worlds and steal from them when the lore tells us that he and his friends were capable of just creating a new pocket realm? It's why is Skyshade just the meeting place of a bunch of different worlds?
In the beginning when I read this, and that's why I also always did the little futzy upper of saying, oh no, actually it's the cursed land, haha, was that when I read the book, I assumed that the Skyshade was the world that Cronin tried to mold to his own. Like, basically he took the old Skyshade because he wasn't able to create a new world. That was Lark. Lark took all, they took all the people that they took with them and created them into the base, right? Because Lightlark is based on the bodies of these people back then that they kind of fused together and made into the new island. So I thought, oh, maybe he tried to replicate this with Skyshade, and that's why it's so fucked up, because he failed. But no, he creates his own cursed land, actually. And that just had me so confused as well. So weird.
It is so bamboozling. Because
it's definitely, yeah. No, continue, please.
I also don't understand the resurrection mechanics. How did she resurrect those people at the end? And how does she resurrect people whose souls she doesn't, have? Right? Because she didn't kill Cleo's son, right? Like that. She was not born yet. She didn't do that.
I don't know how the Cleo Sun thing worked out. I know that one of her main intentions was to kill also all the people who died in that village she destroyed when her powers her shadow powers came out.
Oh, we don't think about that anymore, I think. I think that's not relevant.
Oh, that's still a point where that Grimm and Oro were talking about. Because Grimm was like, no, I saw how devastated she was, blah blah. It's just overall very confusing because I went into the book thinking something completely different was gonna happen, and I mean, Cronin's castle is a pretty castle with lots of servants and people running around, so there has to be a city or something
right
around the castle.
They have to come from somewhere.
Or the castle is fucking huge and all the servants live in the castle. I guess maybe that's what Alex Esther thinks castles are. I don't know. Maybe she never actively looked into how castles work.
The castle's actually just a city. But
yeah, and I mean it's fine for a fantasy castle. Again, we're talking about this super fantastic world, right? But at least make Isla look out of the window fucking once when she walks back to her prison room. One time she sneaks around and sneaks into Cronin's, not Cronin's, Grimm's, sleeping chambers to try and steal the feather. And she doesn't do anything worth spying for. She gets seen by Grimm because he's taken a bath. And then she gets flustered by his abs. And then he takes her back to the prison cell.
Everything about, Cronin and the setup makes no sense to me. Why are all the lesser versions of him fine being his little cronies instead of being I'm Cronin! I should be powerful!
His Croninies. Maybe he took their memories. Maybe he put them under a spell or something.
Maybe, but it's okay, I could have, lived with the idea that, Isla thought she was going to Skyshade, the world where everyone came from originally, but actually, since she's following Cronin through the door he left open, he actually didn't go there, he went to his own fucked up world, and it's only populated by, mirror versions of him because nothing else lives there. Yeah. But no, other people live there and are also stupid, but I'm still not over the raiders that just didn't notice that, Isla was throwing a person and a bunch of items from the cart and then jumped off. What even is this?
It's like, there's 6 of them, right? There's enough people to, like, position all around that card.
Why is
There's
not one
no
of them
need.
sitting in the back of the card with the... It's so weird.
It's very,
I also just...
It's, yeah.
The thing is, right, that Isla and Lark keep trying to... What was Lark doing? Like, what was her goal, like, ever?
I honestly don't know. I mean, she was imprisoned all this time, and then she gets broken out, and then she breaks herself out, I don't remember. And then she, tries to get him, and she fails, and then she's just there. Like, she does, apart from attacking Isla a couple of times, and then attacking Cronin and getting turned into dust, she's not really there to do anything. Like, even her, like, I say it like so many times right now, even her trying to blackmail Isla by saying, oh no, I'm not telling you what a star stick is, haha, gets circumvented 1 chapter later by Isla remembering that she can read minds.
It's just... I mean, I will say, everything about Grimm losing his memories is very funny, conceptually
Right.
and in execution, but also I don't understand why at the end he sides with Cronin when just like 5 minutes earlier he wanted to free Isla because he was like, no, I love Nightshade. I don't want Cronin to destroy the Lightlark world because I care about my constituents because I'm a good king or whatever. Right?
It's so weird. It's so weird.
It's just... Are we supposed to believe he has like a plan, like a backup plan? He's being like sneaky? But I don't trust Aster with that. I don't think she can remember things from the last book because she goes off into completely different directions every time.
I mean, he portals the crown away, so I assume that he has some insights into, like, he must have put it somewhere, right? And he pulls Cronin out of the pool, so, for whatever reasons. And then he was clearly planning on doing something else before he says, no, not again, and feels a hook go through his chest. So maybe he had different intentions, but, Isla would never find out, because she, rightfully so, said, I'm out of here, and just portals away.
It is actually just... You even get the Grimm POV and you still don't know what his deal is.
It's, yeah, that's why, like, it could have been a little bit more balanced, like Oro's POV, where it was like, oh, okay, it's getting a bit annoying how he's fawning over Isla, but we got some fun bonding with his friends. While he trains with all the threads of time, he gets like very obsessive over these threads because he's trying to find information on how to win this situation, and then he gets like, like when the corruption of the ring from Lord of the Rings, he gets like, no, he gets like very mad at his friends, and then
my
they're
strings!
Like, my threads! No, I can help us. Which is also why he gives them to Grimm later on. But Grimm's perspective really is a fucking nightmare before his memories get taken away, and then it leaves us a treasure trove of fun after he gets his memories taken. Yeah. A little bit of balance would have been nice, because I need you to realize how I'm not understating how fucking horrible his POV was to read before he gets his memories. Like, fucking awful, really. I didn't, but I really wanted to skip parts of his POV because it was just how much he loves Isla, but it was like, no, what if I'm missing something that's essential for the video or the book in general, right? We shouldn't skip parts, but I wanted to so fucking badly because it was so bad.
It really makes you think that maybe if he thought about Isla less, he'd have more memories after Cronin's just like... Select all, delete, you know?
I love it. Was really funny seeing Cronin from Grimm's perspective, because Grimm's was like, this guy is so weird. I don't know. Like, he seems strong, but I don't even know if I want to help him. I feel like he's weird. The fuck is this astral council? You know? So it is entertaining, but it doesn't. Like, I honestly would say that Crowntide so far is the worst Lightlark book.
It sure sounded like it.
Like, Nightbane was kind of fun.
Mm?
Skyshade made me go, oh, what the fuck is happening here, man? Lightlark was, you know, but Crowntide is a fucking mess. Like, a mess. And I'm not against plots, not, like, the result of a plot being, oh no, they failed. Like the whole thing with trying to portal Grimm to Skyshade. So that's not what I'm trying to complain about. But the fact that so many things just go nowhere. Do you remember the little necklace with the strange metal? It never comes up again. We just get told, oh, there's lots of shade-made metal in Cronin's castle that prevents Isla from using her powers.
I thought she just couldn't use her powers at all unless it rained.
Yeah, we don't really... That's the next thing. Like, she can't use it unless the storms come, and then one time when she unleashes her powers, the storms, like, afterwards, Grimm is like, you're so powerful, you even attracted a storm. I was like, huh? So,
Oh?
are the storms like little bacteria seeking out nutrients? You know, like, I was like, what is happening here?
I just
very, very confusing and very not coherent, you know.
I feel like, and I mean, I didn't read it, but compared to even the other ones, this feels even more like she didn't even think about the book before she started writing. She just started writing and then just stuck to whatever had come out in the previous session.
What I felt so strongly with this one was, and I mean, this also happened in her previous books. I remember in Skyshade there was a scene where she's like in a scantily clad dress with snakes all over her, and she's walking into the throne room with the guy's head who tried to kill her at night. And I feel like even more in Crowntide, she just had ideas or visions of scenes that looked really cool to her. And where she was like, oh, this feeling hit so hard. And she just tried to... She put them on a string to make a necklace out of it, and then she forgot to put some marbles in between, and then she cut it apart and put some marbles in there, but then the knots are kind of in the way, so she puts a marble that doesn't look cute, but it's big enough to go over that knot. She puts it on there, and then you have a fucked up necklace in the end, and it's like, okay, can I have a new one, please?
This is honestly baffling. Like, Lightlark was badly planned, and so were the sequels even more. But this is... Huh?
I am truly wondering about the... like, what will happen in the last book, because for me, it seems like the path is clear. We need to find the Heartblade, as like the main thing, right? And kill Cronin in the process. For whatever reason, this includes killing one of our three rulers, being Grimm, Oro, and Isla. And then she will make out with Grimm. But will she be able to like fill like 600 pages with this? I don't know.
The thing is, also, will those 500 pages make sense?
Yeah, and like how many MacGuffins will she introduce and immediately resolve again? Like, she also did this here. One of the things that's, I feel like truly Lightlark writing is that she always introduces something, and you're like, okay, new quest, new thing that will happen, and it immediately gets
Yeah.
resolved. Like, as if we have the attention span of a toddler.
I think what strikes me as so strange is that Isla doesn't even do that much. Like, she's just stuck as Cronan's prisoner, getting tortured for a while, and there's scenes in between where other people do stuff. And sometimes she maybe talks to a character, but mostly she's just where she started. The only thing she manages is to kill Lark for okay. But
I really feel like the pool is its own little character with how much the pool of possibilities gets used to get information to us, the reader, and information to the characters. But I feel, yeah, you're completely right. That's the only thing that she does. Again, one time she sneaks out to try and find the feather in Grimm's chambers and immediately fails. That's one of the only things that I can remember where she herself goes out to do something. All the other times is, I mean, she's a prisoner. She doesn't really have that much agency, right?
no, of course. But especially if you're going to go with the whole, oh, Cronin can't use her powers unless she's willing. You'd think he'd try to, like, motivate her more. Like,
yeah, right.
Why isn't he trying to sweeten the pot for her, like offer something? Why did he just delete Grimm's memories and not just go, hee hee, I have them now. You can get them back if you work for me, but unless you do that, your husband's just not gonna remember you ever. Sorry.
Make it, we know he's not Fae or anything, but you can also just turn it into a little fairy tale thing, make it a little, haha, he can only regain these memories if he wants to, and then it's a game of who can manipulate better, Cronin or can Isla get the memories and then convince him to take just something.
And the thing is, right, with a different writer, I would look at this plot point and go, oh, interesting. A mirror to what happened in the first book, where her memories of him were gone. So now the shoe's on the other foot. Now we have to get him to remember, or Isla has to interact with a Grimm who doesn't remember. So they can fall, because like she still immediately felt that attraction to him, but he didn't here. Which I feel like also opens up the question of, was he just into her because at the time they met she was like 17? And had no friends and no one else to talk to, and he thought that was kind of convenient? Like,
ooh. I don't know. I mean, that's what she's asking herself, right? And Aura's like, no, you're love with a purpose, blah blah. The thing is, even this is another thing that goes nowhere. It's even mentioned, right? With all the times Grimm is like, oh, I shouldn't have taken her memories. Oh, this was a dumb move. Oh, she, fell in love with this guy because I took her memories. This is such a bad idea. But it doesn't, like, Isla doesn't go, one time you took my memories and out of pure sheer love we managed to, like, get it back, whatever. She doesn't say that to him.
I mean, the thing is also that it wasn't the pure sheer love, right? It was her unlocking her powers. So then her nightshade powers were active and his didn't work anymore.
But, like, if I got my memories taken from me and I got them back and then the same happens to, like, the soulmate of mine, I would use this plot point with a bit of omitting of other facts to get him to, like, try. Because it's, I mean, yeah, Cronin is like, nah, you're fine without memories of her, like, she's a stupid hoe, look at her, right? But if I was Grimm, I would maybe do try to get them back. Because, again, just because the memories of her are gone doesn't mean that she is involved in other memories that are important.
Right. And I think the thing is also, like, just because somebody is your ancestor doesn't mean you would trust them. I feel like especially Grimm, who's had horrible experiences with his own dad, would not look at this man he's never met and who just looks similar and be like, oh, he's definitely interested in my best interests. He's definitely here for me. I would be like, well, especially the longer you spend with him, you're like, this is a weirdo freak. What is he doing?
They also all have very strong genetics if you think about it. Yeah. They always look the same. It's like, oh damn.
It's just, I also think there's something very funny, but also what an obvious miss in the fact that Oro gets shown that he's in love with Isla in every world, but neither Isla nor Grimm have something similar happen. Like, there is no balance. It's just Oro's like, you are doomed to be the third wheel in every life, but you can love this woman, just, you won't win.
Yeah, that's why the people know that I was soft hashtag Team Oro ever since Lightlark, because I was like, look at him.
He's blonde.
And hey. In Lightlark, I was like, is this gonna be an Arthur Pendragon variant? But he didn't make the cut. But, like, especially looking at Crowntide, all the moments between Isla and Oro, like, besides any romantic tension, whatever, are so heartfelt and nice, and just like, you're like, aw, that was actually sweet of him to say that, to do these things, right? But every single fucking scene with Grimm is just horny as fuck, and like, just it makes you think, like, somehow this is uncomfortable. It made me uncomfortable, how they're not talking about love. Like, even in the dream sequences where she visits Grimm, it's all, oh my god, I miss you so much. Oh my god, I miss you so much too. I also missed your tits. I also missed your dick. And then,
I do think there's a real comedy also in Cronin being like, she's a temptress, here to kill you. And Isla, the first thing she sends Grimm is like memories of their sexy times. It's like, Isla, read the room, man. What are you doing?
In the scene after, they make out against the wall, and then they nearly make out. It's before he comes in his pants, I think. He, like, unravels her dress a little bit, and I think they kiss or nearly kiss or whatever, and then she's in the cell, and then she talks to Oro, and she still has a dress on and everything, and he's like, oh, so how's it going with Grimm? Good, I assume. And she's like, you really want me to tell you how it's going and how I'm seducing my husband? And he's like, no. Why are you here again?
Oro's like, yeah, I want the details, please.
Only because of you, obviously. I still think they should just make a triangle out of it, especially now, finding out that they were besties, or like really good friends before everything happened.
And it's also just like, she can have, she has two hands, even if those two people don't get along, like, if she can still, have two boy toys for the fun of it.
Both of them. Oro more than Grimm. Grimm is more like, I guess I would have to endure it. But Oro is like, listen, if she's the love of my life, and if she is happier with another man, then I'll have to accept that. It's like, hey, there's a third option,
Kill her!
If we all get real chill with a couple of things right now, then there's more options to do. Uh, but yeah, one thing that a lot of people online were like, oh my god, last 50 pages were so crazy, which did not hit with me at all, um, was that apparently they found that the climax was so shocking. But considering how unhinged and unlogical the whole book is beforehand, I did not think the climax was shocking whatsoever. There was nothing to shock. There was no basis to shook me out of.
Bamboozling, frankly.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the pool of possibilities was a mistake. It adds nothing. Right? Like, a lot of the plot revolves around it, but I feel like it probably shouldn't have been that.
The pool of possibilities is so dumb. I actually was happy that Isla did not use her powers, like the charm, to look into the future. I was like, actually, you know what? I think this is a good decision story wise, because it puts more of an effort on, not effort, puts more of a focus on the fact that she chooses, and she chooses Grimm, not because she thinks it's strategic, not because she saw that it's the right thing to do, but because she's like, hey, that's the love I feel, these are the emotions I feel, so that's what I'm picking. And having every decision justified by what they see in the pool, every emotion justified by what they see in the pool, makes them all feel so... Like, it's similar to Grimm's portaling powers. There's no effort that had been put into getting to that point, except for looking at, their little tablet in the floor.
Yeah.
So it's like...
It's
cool. Great.
Also just... I guess the thing I'm struggling with is that you come out of this book and go, so what was the point of all that?
Right.
Because the only thing that really happens is, like, if you look at the end, it's like, okay, Grimm lost his memories. Cronin was apparently always going to come to Lightlark anyway. The portals were already a problem, now it's worse, I guess, but also, you don't really feel that, because it's not like you see the Lightlark citizens struggling with what these portals really mean for them and the world. I guess Cleo... I was about to say Chloe. Cleo has her son back. That's
Clear.
Nice, I guess. I mean, we're not gonna kill a toddler, I guess, in the next book, which was sad, but it would be funny. Anything could happen. This is Lightlark, baby. They could just kill him and bring him back again. I mean, what are the limits on this? Could you just bring back anyone who's ever died on Lightlark?
I do not think that Alex Astor is genuine. Like, kudos to her if she will genuinely kill one of the three.
See, I think the thing... Wasn't there a prophecy that was like, oh, Isla will stab a powerful ruler through the heart or whatever? And now that she's immortal, basically, she's just gonna stab herself, right?
There's a prophecy about that. There was a prophecy that she has to choose. Yeah, it's just fucking dumb. And then, now we put Oro in the mix of the prophecy of people torn in half having to make decisions. It's like...
Okay, but aren't we all struggling to balance things in our lives? Is a guy torn between love and duty? His love and duty align. It's not like Isla is about to ruin the world, but he,
It's like, do I take decaf, do I not take decaf? And that's also somebody torn between two worlds. And then they...
Right. And you stand in the store and go, which shape of pasta do I need? Fuck. Both are good. I only need one, but it's
not like the pasta will go bad. I can just...
I guess the thing is also that Lightlark, she clearly had vibes to work off. She was excited to write Lightlark.
Yeah.
And Nightbane was about the Isla Grimm backstory, so there she was also motivated. But I feel like Skyshade
Yeah.
was confused, and this just feels so tired. What is this?
And the thing is, in one of her Q&As, she has said that Nightbane was her favorite Lightlark book to write, which I think is crazy because that's like 2 books ago by now, right? Which, okay, in a sort of, it's like fine, that's the thing you can say, but it's also weird. And now she's like, oh no, Starsight is the favorite book she wrote overall. So I feel like mentally she has moved on. She had probably a lot of fun writing that Grim and Oro book, which I can understand because it's like, you know, she was rewarded for not going after shiny new idea syndrome in the books themselves by getting to write a whole book just about shiny ideas she had. So I can understand why she would like be really into that book and stuff. And you know, the marketing was fun, and the fact that she was like, oh, you know, it's a flip book, you can like read from both sides, blah blah. But yeah, I don't think she's in it anymore. I don't see her going for it.
Frankly, I have no idea where she's going with this. Because
that too.
What even was this? There's so many points where I'm like, okay, we can't not talk about this, but on the other hand, it's like, it's not like any of this matters. Like, right? Like, there was a funny parallel of, I almost called her Lightlark again. Isla is drowning and reviving inside that pool over and over after at the beginning they went to the bottom of the ocean where people were drowning and reviving over and over. But it doesn't connect. There's no theme. There's nothing. It just wow. If I saw this happen, like, I'd get a nickel, and I have 2 nickels, which is weird that it happens twice, right? It's not...
Yeah.
It's just like, wait, why did this happen twice? That's strange, but okay.
I also thought, oh, this is gonna connect some sort of way, but then while reading, I thought, also, how will she make it connect? Every single option to connect this would be dumb.
The thing is also that, like...
And then she didn't.
It's not like the characters gave a shit when it was strangers, and then it's like, oh, Alex, have we thought about that it's bad when people experience this? Oh, no, okay. It's just about Issa. Okay, never mind.
I also love that they just accept that the people of, like it's justified that they're there.
Yeah.
Right? Neither Grim nor Oro go, should we, like, assess who these people are? Like, maybe they don't deserve to be down here. Like, nobody deserves this kind of sort of, you know, like, what is happening? No, they just are like, okay, let's kill them because they tried to attack us.
It's so, like, no character, I think, thinks about the world ever. They're just like, oh yeah, I guess this is happening. And
when Isla goes to this desert village, right, I was like, oh, is something's gonna come off this, right? Some thoughts, some anything, because she, like, gets... there's an oasis where she can get water, and then a random woman gives her a cup. Or is it even the woman who takes her home? And she's like, there's this gratitude and stuff. And I thought, oh, maybe this will lead to somewhere. And then it doesn't really, you know. It's just, oh, we're supposed to feel sorry for the woman that will now get killed, I guess.
It's baffling. I don't understand.
Yeah. I don't have, like, I poured all my thoughts and feelings into the slide, so I don't have, like, any additional long list of things to discuss about it, except for the fact that I'm just so baffled that there isn't really anything to grasp and attack, or, like, not attack, but, like, tackle in that way. All the other books had something where you were like, okay, but this is a common theme. In Skyshade, you could discuss the Skyers, right? You could talk about those. Like, what do they mean? What are they about? Crowntide is giving us nothing.
Right, like, I think that's like the thing where you were like, well, technically I could put a lot on these slides, but ultimately none of it really matters, so what even goes on here? And I think it's very funny also that, I guess Azul appears. I guess Cleo is technically in this. But the other people don't matter, right? No one even thinks about the Starlings except for that child with his, super mega blast powers that they want to use. So, there's just... It feels there's like even Lightlark, the world is getting emptier and emptier, because nothing's happening.
The wildlings only get name dropped in that therapy, I guess, session where she goes through the different options of what her life could have looked like. Because there it's like, oh, she has this animal bonding ceremony, and there it's they what was the wildling leader who's also called Ren, right? They name drop them. And that's it. But you don't really get to see, we don't even get to see any sets on Lightlark. The only one is the throne room and a council room where they have that meeting in the very beginning. And then the beach at the end. And Oro gets to sleep in a room on Nightshade in the castle there. Yeah.
I mean,
while he waits to go digging.
It's just really there are funny bits in this, unintentionally. I presume, Grim chucking that compass and then tasting the water and somehow also being able to tell where that is on a map. Incredible. Okay, is he sampling the water everywhere regularly so he can always... that says a lot about what kind of person he is, but I don't think that's intentional,
I also love how he, knows where Cleo is and everything. The way his portaling powers work are baffling to me. It's like in a video game where you've manage to find a new area, and from then on you will be able to fast travel to this new area. It feels like Grim has a little list in his head, and he's like, oh, I've been there. I don't know where this person is now, but I can just portal there, and he goes wee, and he's just there.
I also think it's interesting that even though the super powerful stone, Infinite, is brought up at the beginning, Isla doesn't use it. It's not...
I mean, does she even... I think at some point she's like, oh yeah, my husband got me the stone. But, I mean, the stone, she doesn't actively use it, the stone uses itself. Because she channels the power of love at the very end.
Which also feels weird. Because wasn't it set up that it's just
It's... the whole thing just leaves me extremely curious as to what Alex Astor's plot planning looks like.
It doesn't.
And I feel
it just doesn't look like anything. It's not happening.
I feel like this is a crazy victim of her very busy schedule, her writing several books at once, with several deadlines at once, and the passion just not being there anymore.
I think it's
also the yeah.
Go on. No.
It's also the way the marketing felt. I felt there was more marketing going on for the Grim and Oro book than there was for Crowntide. Of course, I can't actively quantify that without going through all of the posts and everything and stories and such. But yeah, I think that really wasn't that much.
Yeah, I think it's also just at the end of Lightlark, would you ever think this is where it was going?
No. Though, in defense of that thought, I would say I don't think it's a bad thing if that's where things are going. Um, it's a similar derailment of lore, like Akatar and Crescent City, in a way, right? Where it's like, would you, during Akatar, think that it would ever end in a connection to whatever the fuck happens in Crescent City 3?
That is true, however, at the end of Akatar, I would be like, yeah, an all-out war with Hybern is kind of like a to-be-expected big climax of the story. You know, like, I'm not here to defend Akatar. I'm just saying that there are different ways to be confused. I would say Crescent City 3 is doing a similar thing, but it has the decency to be the third book in a trilogy that does not end up being a 5-book series. It's not...
Yeah.
4 is a quartet, what would 5 be? A quintet?
A quintuple?
Something like that. But...
Yeah.
Right? And I feel like I'm honestly also kind of baffled that the publisher wasn't like, oh, we'll make it 3 books after Nightbane clearly didn't sell nearly the same as Lightlark. Or be like, okay, it's a quartet after because I feel like Skyshade must have sold like even less.
Yeah. Okay, so my little conspiracy theory is, during Lightlark, there was already the whole thing about, the script had been acquired by, was it Universal Studios, I think it was? So she got, like, a book contract for, like, 3 books. So she writes, Nightbane is, like, ready, because it came so close after Lightlark, right? Nightbane has already been ready to go. And then the publisher was like, oh, it's not selling that well, but we still have that book deal, movie deal thing, right? So we'll get more money the more books we can sell off this franchise. And then things actually start to get moving during, like, Skyshade writing, Nightbane coming out. And then they're like, okay, Aster, you know what? You have also, like, written other books right now, like the contemporary romance and stuff. So we're just gonna let you do whatever the fuck you want. Because sometime this year, Aster has announced that she will give us more information on the movies and that, more, like, actual factual stuff, except for, a movie comes out, will be released.
Wait, they're actually making a Lightlark movie?
Yeah.
There's
incredible. Something actually happening.
That's crazy.
She has posted stuff about being like, oh, I'm going to, like, a meeting at Universal, blah, blah. And people have been, in every Q&A, people are like, when are you gonna give us more info on the movie? And she's like, this year, finally, I'll give you more of the deets. So I assume that something with that is, like, but that's all conspiracy.
That's actually kind of crazy. Because it's not like... well, because the thing is, right, it's not weird to acquire film rights, even expensive film rights,
right.
for a book that is a viral success. You're like, well, yeah, obviously, we can use this. But in the 4 years since... 4 or 5 years? Since that virality...
Ooh.
Who the fuck is still talking about Lightlark?
Right.
Like, we are. But we are not. We're doing this because you refuse to give up on these books. I'm like, listen, I wouldn't touch this. But since you're having fun, I'm happy. But in the broader internet context, who the fuck is talking about Lightlark? People are still talking about From Blood and Ash. There are fucking stinky copies of it being sold because they were like, oh, we can sell garlic-themed copies of this book now because it's doing so well. People are still crazy about Powerless, which is worse. But, way, way, way more popular, right? the Powerless novella is like on shelves as advertised as, hey, this is one of our best sellers right now.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen a physical copy of Skyshade in any store. Like, I've seen Lightlark on occasion, I've seen Nightbane, but I don't think I've in real life seen an actual Skyshade copy ever.
Fun fact, Powerless is so one of the bigger German bookstore chains, Hugendubel, made like a they have a pretty good marketing team. They constantly make videos, and one of them was about like the top sellers, and they also did a top seller fantasy video. And Powerless was place number 4 in top 10 books sold this year.
That's crazy.
In Germany. You want to know what place 1, 2, and 3 were? Fourth Wing, was it Fourth Wing, Onyx Storm, and the one in the middle, Iron Flame.
Oh my god!
The whole Fourth Wing.
We need to stop the general population. Oh my god, this is awful.
But yeah, right. All the other books on the list, I was like, oh yeah, makes sense, but.
But just looking at this, right? No one's talking about like, so it's strange to me that Universal would be like, yeah, we're still making that movie. Who's watching this movie? Who wants this movie except for Alex Astor and 5 fans? And also me, because I assume it'll be bad and funny. But not because it'll make them money.
Yeah, to be fair, I feel like it would be much better suited for like a smaller streaming service. Like audience-wise, I know that the other Jennifer Armentrout series, Wicked, the one with the Fae in New Orleans, that got turned into a movie on... was it also with Crave? The one where they did Heated Rivalry at? It was also done with a smaller, like, erotica, like, catered romance production firm for streaming, and that did well. It didn't have a gigantic budget, but I mean, it's also like urban fantasy, so they can get away.
The budget you can make something like Lightlark with a small budget. However, but it's not gonna look like you want it to look. Right, you can see the budget difference in the first, like, 2 seasons of Game of Thrones and the later seasons. Mm-hmm. And that's not even a budget a Lightlark movie would get, right? So, are they all wearing sheen? What is it? Just, the book's already not good. So you can only just imagine what a quickly and cheaply done movie version of that book would look like. Actually kind of incredible. They should cast Alex Astor as Isla.
Honestly, whenever I was trying to... I'm a very visualizing reader. I love to have, like, my own little cinema going on. With the Lightlark books, I can only do that in, like, short moments, because I would constantly imagine Isla looking like Alex Astor. I was like, no... I
mean, you do follow her on social media, so I guess you see her more often.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
So I was kind of like a bit annoyed by myself. I was like, oh, how annoying. But yeah, we're going to see what Universal comes up with. I could also assume that maybe they're also just running with the overall idea from Lightlark and changing the script, because I mean, in no way is the current way the script works for Lightlark ready to be on screen, because it's too all over the place, and you can't really, like with the Hunger Games, you were able to be like, okay, these are the main takeaways, these are the things that we can go with, and these are scenes we can easily cut without making confusing. But Lightlark itself is already confusing, right? And there's lots of unnecessary scenes in all of these books. So if you cut them out, you're like, oh wait, but now Shit, there she mentions another little fucking MacGuffin. How are we gonna get that into a conversation?
I mean, I kind of do want to see a Lightlark movie, just because I think its failures would be funny, but it strikes me as very strange to make one for any company at this point in time, especially when the big movie companies have been veering towards fewer but much more expensive movies in the last few years over, more but like mid-range or lower budget movies.
I honestly feel concerning also considering the current climate in movies and television in general, I feel like a TV show would be much more fitting, or like a streaming show series, because also I feel like that's what the people are yearning for. They're not looking for one big fantasy blockbuster. I feel like they're looking for their next little fantasy show that they can watch, and that the women can, gallivate over the hot man and stuff.
I mean,
and there've been many tries of making these shows, but none of them hit properly for Netflix to continue.
Currently imagining a Fate the Wing Saga-esque version of Lightlark as a TV series, and I'm kind of enchanted, because it'd be so bad. But it would also be kind of funny.
Listen, I am the kind of person who watched all of these single season fantasy shows on Netflix because I was like, oh my god, this sounds so cool, and then they get cancelled after one season. I'm like, fuck you. And I'm still of the opinion that the people were yearning for something like Fated, right? They were like, oh my god, yes, magical girls. Oh my god, this feels like, like back in the good old days. That's why Shadowhunters was able to go on for that long. So just give them something similar and they'll eat it up.
I mean, also, Shadowhunters did have a large fan base already behind it, which I think does help a lot.
Yeah.
Right?
And it was a network show.
That also. But yeah, no, I'd be fascinated because, I mean, what would it even be? Are we doing live action? Can you imagine a bad half AI 3D animated Lightlark? It would be so funny. It would be horrible. It would be awful.
Like something, yeah.
Like if you've seen, probably not, but there was like this Snow White live action movie, right, that Disney put out last year or something. Yes. And I watched some of it because I heard it was really bad. Like, people were like, oh, it's bad, but also both, like, sides of the political spectrum were like, oh, it's just getting so much hate because of these and these and these reasons, because a lot of people want to cancel actors or whatever. And then I watched it and it was awful. And some of the visuals, I am not joking. They were so bad, they hurt me. Like, it hurt to watch. Some of it looked so off-putting, so disgusting. I was like, why did you do that?
Yeah.
So I would love to see a horrible version of Lightlark, just because it's the only thing I can imagine anyone making, because who's putting in the kind of budget this would need to be good, and who's putting in the effort of a good screenwriter massaging the Lightlark script into something enjoyable, right? So
many questions and so few answers I can give you on this scintillating subject. But yeah, I feel like Alex Astor's focus was elsewhere. And the only reason why they're still going is because something actually is happening on the movie front. I feel like otherwise she would have not... Because back in the day, right, she was like, oh, Sky Shade's gonna be... Sky Shade's gonna be the last book, right? Yeah. It's gonna be a trilogy. And then she actually came out of the woodworks and was like, actually, no, there's 2 books more. No, not just 1. 2 more books.
Yeah.
I feel like there was something going on, something in the woodworks, something in the back end.
But yeah, no, we spent so much time talking about like the movie adaptation because frankly, I feel like last time I had way more to say about the story itself.
Yeah.
I'm just like, should we talk about the random old king at the bottom of the ocean who was just chilling and then disappeared? No, we don't need to.
He just vanishes.
He doesn't do anything. Do we talk about the implications of like a torture prison under the sea? No, we will not because it doesn't matter, not to the story. The craziest part we've gotten from this book, frankly, is a visual description of the star stick. So now we all know what it looks like when it's referred
like
to.
Like a brush without the end.
So like a wooden stick? What?
Right? You could have just said something like, oh, a delicate but straight stick out of a opalescent material. Something. Don't go, it looks like a brush without the end.
Right? It's just, I think the thing is that, yes, Alex Astor does do crazy shit in these books, but they aren't like creative, weird things. Yeah. These just feel like, oh, she watched a Marvel movie again. Oh, she read this book again. Oh, this thing came out, which this vaguely reminds me of. I mean, do we know if the only reason Isla has a pet dragon isn't just because Fourth Wing came out and Alex Astor was like, oh, dragons are in, I guess we'll give him a dragon. Sure.
I still think the funniest thing is that Wraith just grew, like, in immense measures because... Was it because Grimm's powers grew? Or because he fed off the power? There was some bullshit excuse on why he was suddenly big and Skyshade and not just a baby dragon anymore.
Grimm put the poor dragon on steroids.
He un-Ozempic the dragon, you know? He was like, you're getting the reverse treatment.
No, but really, there's so many questions I have. You can't answer them because it's not in the book. Like, there are no explanation. Nothing makes sense. Why are there random desert bandits? Because there could be. Do they matter? No. Why do Lark and Isla keep catfighting even though there's no point? I don't know. So that something is happening. I don't know why they don't immediately go their own ways when they land in the other world and then, like, they can meet again, meet cute in Cronan's dungeon, you know? But they don't need to go there together. You know?
Wouldn't it have been fun, like, for these scavengers to actually have, like, their own big hideout and then Isla rallies them together or something and then they attack the castle so she has the opportunity to do something? I don't know. Like, I'm grasping for straws here right now.
They're all hiding their faces because they're also all Cronans, but they're defected Cronans. They were like, I don't want to work for this guy anymore. I'm building my own society. It's all Cronans all the way down.
Actually, like, all the people in the desert are also just Cronans, you know? It's just over years and generations, they've changed genetics, genetics, you know? And
the only people who are not Cronans are people who fall in through portals. Otherwise, it's all Cronan all the time. And that's why he wants to leave so badly. He's like, I can't stand myself anymore. I need to go somewhere else. You know, they take off their masks and all of his galactic council is also all Cronan.
It's the Astral Council.
Sorry.
Please.
True, the Astral... I was so close to be like, oh wow, and when they work on a big project together, they astral project, you know? Because...
They astral project out of themselves because they can't stand to be sitting there anymore.
There's so much, none of it makes sense. None of it works together. We never...
No.
I'm still... I cannot get over the idea that Alex Astor was like, yeah, if you have a world and you pulverize all of it, it just falls down where it was, and all of it is colored dusts that tell you, Alex, what the fuck? This is not
to me, it's really...
a fucking Minecraft game. What is happening? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
It's truly... It was so dumb. Honestly, it sounds insane to say, but Grimm's POV in the second half of the book was what kept me going. It was what made me go, oh my god, it's Grimm again. You know, whenever I saw that it was a Grimm chapter, I was like,
If I use the pool of possibilities to go back in time to you reading the first bits of the book and telling you that the Grimm POV is what will sustain you in the second half, you'd think I was crazy. But it's the truth.
Yeah. I'd be like, that's not me, that's some time-traveling imposter killer. Yeah, no. It's because he's just... It's because of also of the... I mean, a lot of the writing was obviously on purpose to be made funny in Grimm's POV, but I think also a lot of it is about the hilarity of, like, the meta-gaming on how insultingly weird and confusing this whole situation is to a character who has no memory of what is happening right now, which is the same experience you as a reader have. Yeah. In this instance of what the fuck is going on here. So.
No, yeah, it's...
definitely...
I also love that they just leave Oro alone. They're like, oh, he doesn't really matter, you know. He's doing stuff on Lightlark. That's where his friends are. Don't worry about it. He's having a great time.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, that's all I have on Crowntide. And God forbid, if Astor decides to split up the last book, I will use every single last morsel of sanity I still have left for this book series.
You know, like,
I mean,
as much as I enjoy these, I still want to say, you don't have to. You can just stop. You're allowed to stop.
No, listen, it feels like... I feel like I'm one of those fucking prophets on that mountain who has at some point been told that I need to guard a secret, and my watch has not ended. I have not been relieved of my duties. And the thing is, you can't relieve me of my duties. Only Alex Astor can. And I swear, if she doesn't...
I'm sending Alex Astor a pipe bomb being like, dude, my friend will suffer too much if you to make this into 2 books. Do not.
Yeah. Yeah. I dare to say, please leave your own thoughts if you've read Crowntide, because I hope none of you did. But if you do, please leave them in the comments below. I am very excited to see. Also, what else you just been thinking of this book? Maybe some more conspiracy theories on why we're still going. Not me, I mean Alex Astor. We know why I'm still going. And yeah, with that being said, if you don't have anything else...
No, I don't. I think I'm also...
Your
my tank is empty. I have spent all my thoughts. It's done.
Yeah, and my brain is also done. Thank you so much for listening, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.